Welcome to the Phonathon, y'all. We are officially live here. We had a couple difficulties there in getting everything tied up and set up, but we are, yeah, okay.
Did you just get my text?
I did. It looks like we are down. I don't know why. It will not let me go live, Marin, on anything. I've changed everything I could. Oh, Tom's here. Oh, good. Now it looks like we are live. Well, at least
Hooray!
on YouTube. At least on YouTube, it looks like we are out there streaming, but I don't see it on LinkedIn. So that is fun. That is pretty wild. As to why it won't let us go live over there. Weird. Marin, oh boy, what do we do?
I'm going to make a post.
Tom, thanks for being here. He's from YouTube. So we are excited. We are just trying to get set up on LinkedIn, but it looks like today LinkedIn is not wanting to let us go live for whatever reason. It won't pull.
Tom, I can set up Restream real quick.
You think that one will work?
I hope so. I would hope. Maybe.
Yeah, if you want to sit right here while we just kind of get the show rolling, we can try to navigate then and get people over there. But for whatever reason, LinkedIn is being a pain. Do you think it's LinkedIn or do you think it's StreamYard?
I have no idea.
Because I don't
I think
understand
that
why.
it's StreamYard.
Well, that's exciting news. That's always a good time. Yeah, this is crazy. I don't know why we can't go live. Damn. Oh, you were live. Okay, now it's set up. So now we're
Thank
shooting through my
goodness.
personal profile. Yep, I am now live. So, Marin, can you grab my link? You should have just got alerted on LinkedIn, and we can go ahead and pull that for everybody. But it looks like we are out there. We are live. All right, so it just took some time. I'm going to hit some post up, make sure everybody knows where we are so that we can track this. Oh, we are live.
Oops. We did it! Thanks, LinkedIn.
Thanks, LinkedIn. You are so fantastic. You love us so much, and we love you right back. So thank you for your amazing support for us.
Where did you want me to drop it?
Huh?
Where did you want me to drop that link?
You can drop it in the comments. I put it on my post. I'm going back through some various posts just to make sure everybody knows where we are at, so that way we are live. So this is good. Let's see here. David is tuning in from Surf. Good to see you. One of our sponsors here. Let me just make sure everything is set up here so everybody knows where to tune in. Really wild.
But we have an exciting day.
We do. Thank you all. Tom, as he said in the comments, right? I have nightmares about this. I was up all night. Marin knows how crazy I get. 24 hours prior to this, things freak me out because you can't control everything. We can do only our due diligence, but yet again, they hurt us. And yeah, we are here. We are live. Tell your friends, invite everybody. Let us all know where you're tuning in from. And we will kick this show right off. I'm just going to message everybody once more as to what's going on. All right, Maren, you ready for this? I'm excited. We got a 4-hour day.
I'm ready.
We got a 4-hour day. We're just going to be off the schedule just by a hair with our first 10 minutes. But yeah, we have some exciting things lined up for everybody that is tuning in. We've got sponsors. Shout out to all of them. We have a few in the lineup. So as you saw David in here. We have Call Blitz, where we are going to be live calling from. So you're going to see that on there. Call Blitz is where we will be making our live dials from. Surf. If you're a social seller or you are on LinkedIn and you are not using Surf, you're crazy. One of the greatest tools you can have, it actually embeds and puts your CRM right there on LinkedIn as you surf. So as you're finding new leads, new business, your CRM is coming with you. And I don't know what I would do without it. So shout out to David for that one. We'll be dropping links, showing a couple ads here shortly for them. Phone burner. Everybody loves their dials. We all know as cold callers, it's, dials that we make. We've got to be getting out to our territories as quick as possible. Phone burner is a dialer, but not what you would expect. Not the typical parallel dialer. Phone burner is more built around the ability to one-by-one dial. We'll be showing you a little bit of it today, giving you a couple ads on how that works. And then our good friend Alex Boyd and Aware. Aware is another social selling tool for LinkedIn for you to have all of your activity tracked. Think of them as your flashlight in the dark world of dark social, giving you the ability to track your likes, your comments, your engagement, pick influencers to stay on top of. You'll see an ad from them shortly as well. An incredible tool. So check them out. Shout out to our sponsors. Because of you guys, you make this all possible. So we thank you. I'll bring back up my good old partner, Maren. All right. So, Maren, we've got a lot on the agenda today. You're going to get your face cut off. Look at that loveliness. Look at that. There's no way around it. No way around it. You're cut off. So funny. So today's agenda, we're going to be live cold calling. If you are in the audience, you want to come in, you want to cold call with us, feel free to let us know in the comments. We'd love to have you come up. We could do some teardowns with you, coach you through some calls as we rip them ourselves. We're going to have some discussions. We've got some amazing coaches and cold callers coming through, so be on the lookout for them. And then prizes and giveaways. What an exciting time. Maren has put together some incredible packages. We have some great giveaways. Andrew Mayborn, brand 30. Let's pull this up, Maren. Get your face back out of here. So Scott Leese and Ryan Walker throwing out their GTM United membership, newest community they have in all things GTM, as well as their Untethered course, helping you break the 9-to-5 job cord and find a way to build your own side hustles. Headset Advisor, shout out Drew and Brandy and the gang. They'll be giving out some headsets today. We all have ours. We love them. Maren, I think you're rocking yours now, aren't you? That's your, oh, you're muted. She's muted. Look at that, y'all. Tech difficulties.
I sure am wearing it, and I hopefully sound great, and hopefully, everyone can hear me loud and clear, because I know that I can hear you loud and clear.
Hey, yeah, gotta love our headset advisors. These things are crystal clear. We all know as cold callers, you gotta sound good. Tones coming through. So shout out to them. Call Blitz, brand 30. Oh, the mute.
The mute button is both my best friend and my worst enemy because I forget that I hit it sometimes.
It's a good time. Melissa is going to be giving out her video prospecting course. She'll be coming in later on today to talk about all things video prospecting. So as us cold callers, it could be a challenge to get into video, look at how to do your videos. But Melissa has an incredible course that'll put it all together for us. And then Trellis, a great company, will be giving out some licenses as well. So in order to win those, drop in the comments, hashtag prizes. I'm going to get that started right now. So as throughout the show, just go ahead and make sure you are tagging prizes, and we will make sure that you guys are going to be entered for those.
Everyone loves prizes, and everyone loves learning. There's a lot
That's
of
it,
learning.
right? That's what this is all about. Is we are here to help you guys learn, have some fun, and dive into this beautiful world of cold calling. So keep an eye on those prizes. Hashtag prizes. Drop those in the comments. Look at everybody here. Gino's here, David's here, Elliot's here, the whole gang. You guys are awesome. We appreciate you so much. And yeah, we're excited.
Especially
I'm
for
moving around.
hanging out with us during end of quarter. We all know how crazy it gets.
Gets pretty wild. This is a big day. So, we're going to jump right into this. I don't want to take much more of your guys' time. Couple housekeepings. Again, technical difficulties, as most of you saw. Let's get started. We'll work through those. We're going to jump in. Marin is going to take us into Call Blitz here shortly, where we'll have a few callers ready to go. Again, come in with us if you want to go through some teardowns, you want to test your calls, role play things out, or live call your list. Do let us know, and we can get you in on there. We're going to be dialing through Phone Burner, a couple other dialers that people will bring in, and we'll start ripping those. Prizes, hashtag prizes, ask questions. What else, Marin? What else we got for housekeeping?
I don't know. I mean, come on, have fun. Everyone is making dials today, hopefully. So you might as well come on and do some dials with us.
Absolutely. Tom's tuning in over on the YouTube side for Pittsburgh, ADP. Love it. Big fan of ADP. I do like them. They are a fantastic place. So welcome, Tom. We've got our bestie in the house. Miss Michelle Craig is here. She'll be tuning in and making some dials with us as well. As she says, my girl, that's for Marin. She loves Marin. Marin's like the show. I'm just going to, you know what? I'm just going to go. I'm going to let Marin do her thing. And I'll let you have it.
Nope, can't do it without you. This is all you, Tom. I'm here for emotional and support.
Testimony from Michelle. GTM United is fire. Guys, it seriously is. I think it's $250 for membership. What Scott Leese has done is taken, 150 years of business that he's been in? I don't even know. Guy's a legend. But him and Ryan Walker have put together an incredible community to help fellow sales leaders, reps, all in the GTM motion. For those of you turning in, that means go to market. So check them out. We'll be dropping a free membership to somebody in the group today. So if you're interested, again, hashtag prizes. We'll get that out to you, and we'll be ready to go. Colin is here. I love Colin Mitchell. He is VP of Sales over at Leadium, an outbound sales service to help you drive your funnel. So if you are a sales leader in the audience looking to boost your numbers and need some support, definitely check out Leadium. They do some incredible stuff. We'll have a leaderboard out there for the day. So be sure you can go to the sdlab.com/leaderboard and you'll be able to keep track of people booking meetings. But that is it, Marin. I think we are good. Tom's already dropping in prizes. We've got some a LinkedIn loser shadow banned. Oh no, can't see who they are. Isn't that always fun? All right, hashtag prizes, y'all. Tom's the only one that's entered so far, so he's going to win it all. So Elliot, Gino, everybody in the audience, put that in there. We'll get you some fun prizes. Thanks, Marin. sdlab.com/leaderboard. Okay.
Sounds like Tom's going to win this entire giveaway package.
Hey, I'm okay with that. Tom's a huge supporter. I love it. Well, what we're going to do to kick this off while we get everything in the back end ready, Marin's got to jump into Call Blitz, get us set up. Michelle's there. Carlos is there. I am there. We're going to start doing that. So in the meantime, while we set that all up to officially dive into this, I'm going to play our first word from our sponsors. The first one up is going to be Surf. As I mentioned, it is an incredible LinkedIn tool. Marin, are you using it? You've got it, right? Or no? Not yet.
I do not have it yet, but I intend on making that a priority.
David, drop it in the comments. Tell her how silly she is. Watch this ad. David is here, the CEO. He's going to drop in here, walk you through Surf. I'm telling you guys, once you see this, you will go buy it today. It's $25 a seat, $27 on a monthly seat, and it takes your CRM wherever you want to go. So while Marin gets set up and gets ready to come back with that, I'm going to play this ad, and we will see you all in just a few short minutes. Make some noise in the comments, and we will see you shortly.
Hi guys, I'm David, the co-founder and CEO of Surf.com. Super happy to be part of the Phonathon today, and I'm going to showcase you how you can connect your CRM, whatever it will be, Salesforce, HubSpot, Pipedrive, or Copper, with LinkedIn in just 60 seconds. So we have a simple Google Chrome browser plugin, easy to install, and especially when you do prospecting on LinkedIn, and let's say you are on a profile, like in this case, it's Brendan, you see if it's already a CRM contact or not. And you see that everywhere on LinkedIn. So in this case, Brendan is not in my CRM. So I would love to have his contact data in my CRM in just one click. And that's what we do. So you can add him as a contact or as a lead. Of course, depends on what CRM you use. And you don't need to necessarily switch to your CRM, because now we have your CRM embedded in kind of this little window inside LinkedIn. And we showcase you your required fields you need to update. Let's say contact source here network. You can customize this view so you can showcase any field you want. And this is real magic now. We can find your email and phone number by leveraging 10 plus enrichment tools in the back. So we're not using one, we're using best of breed. We're using Apollo, ZoomInfo, Hunter, whatever it will be, to ensure that you have the right email and phone number. So let's see if we find it for Brendan. By the way, Groundswell, his company, is a super great tool for product qualified leads. Yeah, we have it, email and phone. We even have another validation step. So we check if the email is existing with 0 bounds. And yeah, from here, you can change any information you want, like, for instance, the labeling. You can even create a note from here. You have nice and handy templates. You can create tasks, everything in sync with your CRM. You can create even a deal. But I want to show you now that you can also synchronize the last messages. So I can sync the chat I had with Brendan and now move to my CRM to showcase you 2 clicks. We have his full profile, contact record with email, phone number, even the company, the notes, and the LinkedIn conversations synced, in this case, to HubSpot in no time. Plus, so please guys, go for 14 days trials because you won't regret it. We have the same on Sales Navigator, but for lead lists and saved searches. So instead of doing it one by one, you can now extract 25 contacts, for instance, in one click, and we even enrich your email and phone numbers in the same cascading effect. I would love to get your feedback. I wish you a lot of fun at the Phonathon and hope to see you guys soon. Enjoy. Bye-bye.
All right, we are live. We are back on. Marin, here you are. I see you. All right, so Marin is going to now shout out to Surf. Hope you all loved it. Go check them out. Please go see what they're all about. Go download them at surf.com and see about putting your CRM on your LinkedIn. So Marin, I will let you take over because you're going to be running the sound for this. So I'm going to go off, let you do your thing, and we will be on Call Blitz.
See you over there.
All right. So we should all be live over here. Drop in the comments if you can hear everybody. Marin, I know we got to be super careful with how we mute and set it up. All right.
Hello.
Well,
Good
guys,
morning.
welcome to the stage. We've got Michelle Craig. Michelle is amazing. She is a sales development rep or AE now at Unifor. What are you doing over there?
I have a funny title, but I am a full cycle rep.
There it is. She's both, y'all. How awesome is that?
I'm all of the above. Yeah, with a funky title.
The Swiss Army knife of sales.
And then we have Carlos here. Carlos is amazing. How are you doing today, Carlos?
Can't complain. Got introduced to you by Megan Ryan from Restaurant 365. So I've been following your stuff on LinkedIn for a while, but now formal greetings. Pleasure meeting you.
We are here. Carlos is amazing, y'all. I met him a couple months back. He is incredible. Restaurant 365, done a few things. Carlos has been around the content. And yeah, I'm honored to have you here, man. Glad we got to virtually meet here. We'll have to set up a more formal one-to-one. I know Michelle enough. I've done too much with her now. She kicked my butt. We did a competition, 2 months ago now? And We had to go live and write an email to a prospect in under 3 minutes with just seeing the prospect for the first time on that call. And we had to do research and write an email to them all in under 3 minutes. And kudos to her. She absolutely kicked my butt. And it was incredible to watch. A very hard challenge to do it in under 3 minutes. Right, Michelle?
Yeah, I was definitely more nervous for that event than probably any of the other lives or like full podcasts or webinars I've done. I was like, this is too much pressure, but it was an awesome time. Always awesome learning from you as well in those types of events.
Yeah, it was good. It was a challenge. Donald was there, a couple people. That was put on by VanillaSoft and Oliver. Go check them out. It was a great time. I'm actually doing it again, Michelle, on July 13th. I'm partnering with Owler and Morgan Ingram. Shout out Morgan. And we're doing it again through them, but it's 5 minutes. So we'll get a prospect for 5 minutes. So I was like, oh, I could do that. 5 minutes? That sounds good.
Love that. That's awesome. I'll have to tune into that one.
Yeah, I'll send you the deets. But yeah, we'll do it again. But, prospecting's hard. Trying to write something in 3 minutes can be a challenge. So I'm going to dial in, get myself set up. I'm actually going to be through Phone Burner. As I said, you guys will see an ad from them pretty shortly there. And then, Michelle, you are on Outreach. So you're using your dialer, and Carlos is in Sales Loft. Carlos has already been ripping dials. He's, as you guys can see on the screen, it'll show you dials, voicemails, and connects. So DVC. So it'll track it for us as we navigate. But I'm going to start ripping.
All right, let's rock and roll. I had great connect rate yesterday afternoon. I focused in and was dialing. I had a ton of connects. Exciting times in the summer.
Can you hear me now, Maren? Am I back over? It's interesting how it plays out, because as I start dialing, I don't hear nobody. It gets me off into my own little world. So I have to be careful.
My call, but I was wondering if I could let you know why I'm reaching out. Awesome, appreciate it. So I saw you're a sales director, and essentially we have a solution that helps reps perform better live on virtual sales calls, as well as gives leaders better visual visibility into the forecasting of deals based on prospect sentiment and engagement. Is that something that y'all currently have a solution for? Okay. How do you like what you're using so far? Yeah, no worries. Can I just give you a call back maybe late next week then? All right, perfect. Thanks, Michael. Bye.
Well, all snap, Michelle, with the first connect, the first nice work.
Yeah, first call was in there. I was like, oh. He was on vacation, so he gave me a little bit of information, but he's on vacation, so we'll give him a shout next week. I think that's.
There you go.
I don't know. I'm never too pushy with that, even though they did pick up their phone and they like might be making it up or lying to me. I'm like, I'll respect it.
There you go. Those how do you usually tackle like those nurtures, right? Where they aren't that's always a common question, right? You always run into a cold call where it isn't ideal, right? 90% of the time they're just like, I wasn't expecting this. I don't have the time to chit chat. What is your process? Do you try to overcome, like kind of address that live, or will you kind of play it out and say, hey, I'm okay, let's move them, and I'll send them something? How do you play that usually?
Yeah, so it depends. It kind of depends on their tone. If they sound somewhat interested or like even just friendly or open, sometimes I'll ask an additional question and see if that gets them to continue talking. Otherwise, it's a balance, right? It's like, is this just an objection? Where's that balance? So typically I'll like put a reminder for myself and a task to follow up later, potentially send them like a quick email of like, hey, we just spoke, like look forward to reaching out next week, just to have that additional touch point. But I don't know, I go back and forth with it. What do you do, Tom? So I'm always open to feedback.
No, I think it comes with experience. It really does. I even tell SDRs that it's not something that I think can be taught beyond just getting into it and starting to figure it out, because it really does come down to picking up on those cues when you do get them on the phone. Now, as the people tuning in, we are not sharing the prospect side, right? We're only hearing Michelle and the callers, but you got to pick up on it, right? If they're busy and you can clearly see that they are just not going to vibe, move on, right? Most often than not, you have a ton to call. There's not a scarcity here. Now, if you're in an enterprise, like super strategic role where you have like 12 accounts, there's a little bit of different play, right? But for most of us, I play into the queue. I'll try to, tell them, hey, I'm going to send you an email. I try to reference what it's going to be titled to get through the sea of emails. Hey, Michelle, I know you're busy at the moment. I totally get that. I hit you out of the blue. I'm going to send you an email titled XYZ. I would just want to get your thoughts here when you have a better time, and I'll try back, in a couple days. Talk soon, and let them go, right? And then I just let them know what I sent. And then I just try to be very, very simple there. I'm not writing a novel. I'm not sending a big block of text. I'm just like, hey, it was me that tried to reach you today. This is what I was calling about. I try to use a trigger when I follow up to at least let them know, like, it wasn't a blind call. Like, hey, I called you, Michelle, because I saw this. What are you doing to tackle that right now? And get a conversation. But it's just cues, right? I don't know if there's a right or way to do it, but you just got to be able to get to that experience level of, hey, they're not going to talk to me right now.
Yeah, I really like your point about keeping that follow-up email super simple and using a trigger, because, they don't really care why I called, but if they then see it visually of, oh, wait, she actually had something relevant, or they actually had something relevant for me, then that, is going to increase your chances of a reply or of them answering that next time you call back.
That's it, right? Everybody makes that mistake, is in that follow-up email. That's your micro moment, right? To really capture. And if you're sending your typical generic, big old, hey, this is what we do with the value prop and all that stuff, you could shoot yourself in the foot, where you just kind of reference that call, right? Like, hey, I just called you. I know you were busy. This is why I called. Let me know if this is something you'd like to discuss further or not. Would love to know. And then they'll get back to me and usually be like, nope, or they'll blow me off, or they'll be like, oh yeah, I was looking into that. Give me a call, tomorrow. Here's my number.
Yeah.
Marion is playing with these gifts over here, y'all. Just having a blast.
Hey.
Yeah, shout out to Call Boys,
guys. Where are the gifts?
So in your bottom toolbar, there's a little like video strip, and you click it. Evan can see us searching for them live. Marion, because your screen. Evan was dying. Is that you doing it? Alejandro is here. I do want to acknowledge Alejandro just popped in. Alejandro,
hi everyone.
From Surf. What's up, sir? He is from Surf, so he was bragging in the comments about how awesome his tool is. He uses it every day, and that's what he's going to be calling on behalf of. But welcome, Alejandro. How are you, sir?
I'm doing good, man. I'm very excited about starting my calls, but I actually use Cloud Talk, which isn't one of the tools that is integrated into this event. I don't know if there's a way around it. Maybe I can just like call and share my microphone anyway.
Like this. You can do it just like this. Yep. Hang out here, do your dials. We don't have to connect it, so you'll be okay. And then Marin can just keep an eye on when you do get those calls and move around accordingly. So you are A-okay, my friend, to start ripping dials.
Would it be like I call and when someone actually answers, I turn my microphone on? Hopefully no one else is connected. How would that work?
Ooh, Marin, there you go. Yeah. So if you get it connected, Alejandro, yes, in the bottom left, you can hit your microphone. That will mute you if you do, and it seems to be a disruption. Otherwise, Marin will just stay right here in the lobby and catch your call. Because when me, Michelle, and Carlos get to connect, we will go into a separate room. So it should be okay, and she should just stay right here with you. And then as me and Michelle get calls, she can just hop over there if she needs to.
Okay.
Oh, there we go.
Makes sense. So I'll go on mute. I'll call people, and as soon as someone answers, I'll activate my microphone. Hopefully, someone will be there too.
There you go. There you go. You'll be good. Carlos is ripping. I'm super hyped with Carlos, y'all. If you aren't watching what this man is doing, he is on a tear over here, and I need to step it up. Michelle's the one with the connect. Oh, let's take a moment while you guys are making dials. So anybody in the audience that is looking for a phenomenal, gosh, Marin, what can't you not do? I mean, Esty, what are you looking for? Tell us a little bit about what you're looking for and what you're trying to do for your next home. You're good. Hire this woman. Get this woman hired, y'all. Marin is incredible. She is my ride or die partner in crime that puts on even this show. An incredible marketer, designer. So if you're looking for content stuff, look into Marin and set her up. All right. We got Alejandro dialing. All right, I'm gonna get in here. I'm getting jealous. I need to.
Like a grass.
Okay, I think I just got how this works, Maren. Maybe you can clarify that for me. So whenever I see someone connect a call, I can click on the listen button and listen to them. Problem is, when I talk, am I bothering them? So I don't want to do that. Because since I didn't connect Michelle, can you hear me, for example? Okay, so there's no chance of me like interrupting them or bothering them, right? Awesome.
So
Okay.
yeah, as soon as I start dialing, everything else in the room is muted. So
Nice.
it seems it's working properly. That's the good news too. I've noticed every time, but then I'm like, it's kind of lonely over here, you know? Gotta pop back in.
No, great. Perfect. I'll keep dialing then.
Cool.
You hanging out by yourself, Maren? What happened? Got it. So, okay. So as people are calling, right? Because it's just you, right? And so if everybody moves, okay. All right. Then we may need to just move to StreamYard like we did before and just have everybody be right on there. And then we can just do it that way. We'll play on this a little bit longer. But yeah, because you have to navigate to everybody cold calling, right? And if you're not, then it's just you hanging out. Just being the star of the show.
I was gonna say I'll come hang out for a minute. I was just thinking, so we should debunk cold call myths. And this would have been great if I had this idea prior to the event, but here we are. So
Hey.
Yeah. Yeah. So, and I'm curious, I asked a couple of my teammates, or male, and, you know, Tom, I'm curious your take too, but with no actual data, but seemingly I've noticed if I call men, they're more receptive than women. Like, I think I've probably booked 1 to 2 meetings in my like cold calling career with women versus men. So I'm just curious. I was curious, Maren, like what you want to share your experience, if you've noticed anything, if maybe I'm just making stuff up. I don't know. Or Tom, if you've noticed any kind of difference or ever even thought about it.
I have about
and we lost him. He's like, I don't want to answer that question. Like, no, don't want to answer that.
I'm back.
Yeah. Yeah. Continue. Yeah. Yeah, that's super interesting. I wonder if there's any actual like data on that. Probably not. It's just one of my like 2 a.m. insomnia thoughts. Tom, what about you? What about your experience?
Yeah, as Maren said, I think, you know, we're going to start seeing a transition to more women sales leaders. Kudos to that, right? It is happening. It is starting to happen. So I think in a year or two, it'll start to be different. But like Maren said, most people in that buying decision maker role happen to be men, right? It's just how nature, you know, the business world put them there. one thing I learned in my research.
So, Marin, I don't know if you saw, Evan said he couldn't hear you talking earlier. I don't know if he can now, but maybe try. Okay, it's like every Zoom call I hop on, there's like someone has a sound or audio or like it's just, I just crack a joke about it at this point. Like, oh, was that your music? I bet that was part of it, maybe. But yeah.
I'm back
Interesting
again.
thing. Oh, Tom.
Y'all, I'm having some issues. What I was saying, right, is more women sales leaders are to come, but in the trainings that I've done and realized is I'm not a big permission-based opener fan. When I'm cold calling, I don't say, you know, do you have a minute or all of that, right? I get into it. But what I did discover, more women have a better chance of using permission-based openers when calling those gentlemen or those decision makers than men using a permission-based opener. So I did notice that trend. A lot of women SDRs will say, hey, I use a permission-based because men seem to be more receptive of them coming in and saying, hey, you know, do you have a minute? And I think it's just tone. Women have such a gentle, caring tone versus an aggressive kind of man tone of, you know, being more direct per se. And let's be real, half of the scripts and things that and sales language that is written is mainly written in a dominant male perspective. So it's interesting, right? It's a very interesting myth, kind of understanding, you know, who you could book a more meeting, you know, better meeting with. So I would agree with your kind of analogy, you know, and data, Michelle, is that men is probably who you're booking the most with and seeing success with, than trying to get women on the phone and get them to take a meeting. The crazy part for me, though, in 15 years and doing this, 16 years, I actually do better with women than I do men. I book more meetings when I do get a female on the phone. A lot of my deals in my pipeline are actually done with women. So weird, but I have seen that I prefer talking to them and can walk away with a meeting more with them than I can trying to get a dude who, you know, is just kind of a jerk on the phone and maybe just a little bit, you know, too much. But women tend to like me. But I guess it's the opposite for you guys, right? The women don't like you, but the men will love you. Marin, are you unmuted on StreamYard and Callblitz? Or are you still muted audio on StreamYard? Well, that's why you got to leave them both open. Evan is making sure. Yep, Evan is like, I only hear Tom in the show, but that's okay. No, yeah, it's interesting. That's an incredible myth, you know, and one to definitely bring to the table, Michelle. So thank you. What's another good one? Voicemails. Do you leave them, not leave them? That's always a fun one. I know that's kind of
I don't know if that's like a myth. I don't know if that's like a myth or a best practice. I would say myth would be like no one answers their phone these days would be a myth.
Yeah, there's interesting myths. I tried to go into our good friend ChatGPT and some Google to see like what the calling myths are, but like they're silly. Like you know, cold calling doesn't result in meetings. I think that's one's fun. Like people say cold calling is dead. And like, is it really? No. I think it's even better now because so many people have steered away from it. That it's actually back to you. If you want to, you know, really disrupt, go pick up the phone because most people are geared towards email and social more than anything. they try to be away from the phone as much as possible.
Yeah. Well, and I think too, a lot of times when especially like newer reps are reading advice on LinkedIn or blogs or ChatGPT, they're not taking into consideration what their product is, who their audience is, all of the, like their territory, their region, all of those things come into play. So it's, calling, I don't remember who it was. Someone released, maybe it was Forum, but someone released data on like personas more likely and least likely to pick up the phone. And so I think that's always really interesting to think about. Salespeople typically are using their phones more, so they're more likely to pick it up. I know a ton of people I've called, they're like, I thought you were a client, like I gotta go, I'm waiting on a client call. Or I think thinking outside of B2B, if you're calling into realtors, they like their phone is attached to their hand. My mom's been a realtor for like 20 years. I've never seen her not answer her phone, whether it's like 6 a.m, because that's a primary way they conduct business. And so compared to, I don't know, like IT, I don't know how you reach people in IT. Shout out to anyone selling into IT. I don't know how you do it, but mad respect.
IT is different. IT is very different, in the coachings that I do and the clients. Some of them are in like cybersecurity, IT, and cold calling is a lot different. Email is a lot different. The rules, they look at half the stuff on LinkedIn and they're like, I can't do any of that. They have higher spam walls. They're not interested in the phone. They are very typically introverted folks or not wanting to do that. I found Twitter to be super successful. Me and Michelle are over there. If y'all don't know, Twitter is like lit. It is the place to be. We have so much fun. I think there's like 15 of us in sales over there, Michelle. There's only like 15, 20 of us, but we all have a blast over there. We all keep each other, laughing and having stuff. But Twitter's a great place for IT engineers, cybersecurity folks. That's where they're going into Twitter spaces. They're posting over there. You can get them on DMs over there. But cold calling them, it's a little bit less, right? You could make $200 a day over there and talk to one person, maybe two, if you're lucky, right? And so a lot of it is email, video prospecting, but you got to be careful because those spam filters are so darn high because that's what they do for a living, right? That's their product, that's their platform. They know all that stuff. So it's an interesting animal. I love going into those coachings and talking with folks because like they debunk everything the LinkedIn gurus like to talk about. They're like, no, none of that flies here. I've tried all of it and it does me no good. And I'm like, yeah, interesting industry. But Twitter, social selling over there does really well. You just got to find a water hole for those guys and find out where they're hanging out. Referrals make a big deal over there, being connected to other folks. Hey, I was talking with Michelle over at so-and-so. They told me, to potentially look at you, and that helps, but very different animal. Anybody in the comments, if you are in IT, cybersecurity, some of those kind of niche places, drop the comments. Let us know where you find the most wins, whether that's calling, social, email, and what kind of your strategy is, because we would love to hear it, because it is a tough one. Very, very tough one. Alejandro, are you still here? Where's Alejandro at?
Yeah, but I'm trying to figure out, I'm trying to call with my phone rather than my computer, because that way, whenever I am calling, I can mute one and talk with the other. I'm trying to figure this thing out.
It's tricky. Yeah. Marin, maybe in about, this panel is wrapping up here in about 10 minutes. And so when we get into the next one, or when we get into the ads, I might just back to StreamYard. Yeah, I think we'll move over there. Shout out to Callblitz. Guys, I'm going to tell you, if you're not doing a live event and having like all this go on, it is an incredible tool to bring your sales team together. It truly is. Marin and I have used it. I think, Michelle, you've done a few with them before. It's a great tool when it's just you guys, right? And you're all here just jamming out, doing your calls together. But because we are trying to, yeah, right. We're trying to stream. Marin's the only one that can share the audio. So wherever Marin goes, it goes, and it's a whole shebang. So Alejandro, if you hang out for like 10 more minutes, we'll get on StreamYard. Michelle, you were there in round 2. We did it like that before. we'll all just
Okay.
hang out there, and then as you get calls, we'll mute, we'll do some things,
Okay.
and it'll be way easier, Alejandro, to just kind of jam out.
Awesome.
Shout out to Jack Knight, though. Give him some airtime. Show off this beautiful platform. It really is incredible. It's a lot of fun. You connect your dialer, you get gifts, and as people make dials, right, you saw us all leave the room, you know, and everybody can keep talking. We just have StreamYard involved, and that's where everybody's being thrown off. Yeah, the gifts are my favorite. They're so funny. Yeah. No, if you're just a sales team, no, it's a great tool. It's just hard because we have StreamYard, which is a little special entity in there, you know, to throw us off. Because only Marin can share her audio. I'm muted on StreamYard. Nobody even knows I'm over there. So it's yes. Evan supported, said yes, that's a good idea. So he is all in. Because yeah. I love these guys. I try to give them support, show off these tools, show off the sales stuff because, you know, we're all out in the trenches. This is where Red League came from, if you remember, Michelle, right? When we were all part of that is creating this buzz floor, right? Getting people, we're all on four walls. Look at everybody. Marin's at home with her dog in a brand new house. Michelle's in her dog house over there. Alejandro's in his four walls. Like, it's hard. You get bored. You know, it get minutia. Let's be real. SDRing or sales and calling can be a challenge, you know, by yourself. How long have you guys been in the office? Oh. When's the last time you were like in the office? Marin, how long has it been for you? No way. So when you came into SDR world, wow. Because when you broke into SDR land after the hospitality stuff, it was already in kind of a remote world, huh? You were already there. Crazy. I think about that, Michelle. There's some people, I've been doing this since 2007, right? And I laugh because there's a certain kind of generation now that is entering sales, tech sales, SDR, that will never know the office kind of vibe and theme because everything's so remote now. There's new SDRs breaking in and they're just straight remote. And I'm like, whoa. They can't hear you at all? Jeez, that's wild. That's so crazy. All right, let's do this, guys. I am going to, since we got to get back to StreamYard anyway for ads and word from our sponsors and stuff, I'm going to pop this in the chat, in the Call Blitz chat over in the right. Alejandro, Carlos, you know, if you guys want to, Michelle, jump over there. Then everybody can hear us because apparently Marin is being completely shut out. Nobody can hear her or anything going on. So just hop on that StreamYard, Michelle and Alejandro, and then we'll bring you up over there.
We are back on StreamYard over here. We're going to do some other stuff.
There we go. We can't hear Marin, Tom. You need to translate. Oh, gosh. Such a good time. Well, we are here. Y'all are here. Michelle and Alejandro will come back in just a quick moment. And then we can just do dials from here, right?
Yeah.
Shout out to Jack. Jack, if you're tuning in, we love you. We love Call Blitz. It just seems with the live functionality, it just kind of throws things off. But we'll be good.
I was
Ronan's
just
in the house. Ronan.
Yay, I'm back, guys. I was saying how crazy it is that a lot of people joining the workforce right now are never going to have an in-person job, and that blows my mind all of the time.
For real. It is. That's what I was saying. I think it's crazy. I haven't been in the office since October 2019. No. My last office day was July of 2021. I was at Milestone, director over there, and then I went all in on, you know, my own stuff, Rev Genius. And yeah, I was out for, it was July of 2021. It's like when I last step foot. No. Take that all back, Marin.
I want an
October
exact day with a timestamp, please.
October 17th, 2019. That was the last time, because when I went to Milestone and was a director, I forgot that was a fully remote, fully team. It was so crazy because I joined in October, started building out the outbound motion, and in March of 2020 happened, right? COVID. And so I had like a head start on some people. They were like, oh my God, we all have to go and shut down and go home. And I was like, I've already been doing it for like 4 months. So I had like kind of like an idea. But yeah, it was October 17th, 2019 was the last day I was like in an office with a team of 30 SDRs, cranking out, having a good time. And then I've been remote ever since. So going on 4 years now, right? 1920. Yeah, holy crap. It'll be 4 years that I have not stepped in an office, man. That's crazy. What about you, Alejandro? You were at Surf. Do you have an office, or are you all on your own?
Yeah, no, we have an office in Paris. And
He's muted.
Oh,
I can hear him.
you can hear me, Mary?
Oh, you can hear him?
I can hear him, yeah.
I can't hear him.
And I'm saying bad things
Weird.
about Tom, so it's a good thing he's not hearing me. Okay. I'm not muted on mine. By the way, is there like other people here as well? I can see you, Marin, and I can see Tom, obviously, and I can hear both of you.
Nope, it's
I was
just us
muted
on
on
here right
StreamYard.
now.
I was
Okay.
muted on StreamYard. I've been talking to Marin this entire time through the call blitz window and had no idea. So that's why my StreamYard was muted. So now I can hear you, Alejandro.
Yeah, I could hear you all along. Yeah, we have offices in Paris, and I'll be there about 1 week per month. Other than that, so I have the best of both worlds, actually.
Very cool. Okay, so you can go there if you need to, and then not if you want.
Yeah, I just go to, like, as you mentioned, be with the colleagues, have that experience. There's no need for me to be there. Some of our employees I don't even live in France, but sometimes I miss my colleagues and I'll go pay a visit to them.
If I had to pick, I would do hybrid for sure. I think hybrid is very cool, right? Being able to have that time to be home. But if, gosh forbid, you wanted to get the vibe and go be with your friends, right? You could pop in the office, talk with, certain parts of the team, and then go home. So it's nice. I've been
It's a
almost
great way to get away from your partner. I don't think she'll ever see this, but it's like, I need some time for myself. Babe, I have to go to the office this week. So sorry.
No, 100%. I've been 24/7 with my wife for 13 years, right? She doesn't work. She's a stay-at-home. I am home every single day with my kids, and we are here. And there are certain times, Alejandro, where I'm like, should I get a WeWork spot? Should I just kick out? Because like I need 8 hours to like just not.
Yeah.
I walk out right now for like a bathroom break or to go get something to drink. It turns into like 30 minutes, right? Because my kids, my family, I'm like, man, it's hard. It's not fun.
I don't remember who it was, but I remember someone told me that they had an on-air light that they put outside of their office from working from home so that their family would know, like, okay, it is now okay to walk in and say something, but right now it is not okay. Yeah.
It's always a good time. All right, Michelle is back. So we could do it from here. We've got another panel coming up. We've got a couple other cold callers coming to join us. We'll make sure they end up just over here and not the call blitz, Marin. So we'll chase them down. We've got a few folks coming, but it just seems to do it easier this way. We're not listening to prospects. We're just going to rip some dials here. Marin, as far as housekeeping, when we're over here, if you get a dial or a connect and you don't want to hear the StreamYard, Alejandro and Michelle, if you just right-click the StreamYard tab that's open in your browser, you can mute the page. So then you can go through your call. We will still hear you. You don't hear us over talking you. And then once you hang up and are done, you can unmute the tab, and then we can hear you.
Okay, that sounds great. Now, where is that actually? Where's the...
So just right-click on the Chrome or Firefox or Safari tab that you have open. With StreamYard, if you right-click, it'll say mute site.
Okay, I'm going to try that, and you'll tell me if you can hear me after this.
We'll still be able to hear you,
but
you won't be able to hear us.
Yeah, we'll hear you.
Got it, great. Okay, I'm going to start dialing then.
Yeah, so now we could keep talking. If you get a call, right, we can still hear you. Can you test it, Alejandro? Pretend you're on a call.
I think I just did, right?
Yeah, there you go.
Okay. Did it work?
We're good. Yeah, we're solid.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll start that.
So that's how we'll move forward. Michelle, same thing, the rodeo. So we'll be good. What I'm going to do here while you guys keep dialing is I'm going to throw in a quick ad for Aware. Aware is one of our sponsors, Alex Boyd. I don't know why LinkedIn, Marin, still will not let me pull up Aware in any shape or form on my LinkedIn. I can't tag them.
It pulls up for me. I think that maybe Alex blocked you. Maybe he hates you.
I got to assume something, Alex, because I have to literally put
Alex, why do you
Boyd
hate
with Aware.
Tommy?
Why am I blocked? I have to put like Alex Boyd with Aware in my like post and stuff because I'm like I can only tag Alex, not Aware.
I literally type in Aware and it's like, oh, you mean this? And I'm like, yeah, obviously.
Well, this is an ad sponsor from them. It's done by me. It's about 6 minutes. So we're going to take a quick moment while everybody's getting set up back into it. Grab some water, freshen up, ask your questions in the comments. But I'm going to play our sponsored word from Aware, a social tracking tool. Michelle, have you checked out Aware yet? Are you using it?
Hi, Brett.
No.
This is Alex from Surf. Hey, this is a cold call, so I can totally understand if you want to hang up, but can I just ask you a quick question before you go? Sorry, Brett. Hey. And we lost Brett.
And we lost him.
That's okay.
Wait, I can't hear you. Okay. Well, I'm super happy I connected the call at least.
Hey, we got to connect. We got to connect. We're starting to warm up here, y'all. Big day. We'll start getting some wins in here now that we're kind of back over here. So keep going. Do what you do. I'm going to play this quick ad. It's about 5-6 minutes, y'all. It'll take you through Aware, kind of how to use it, some of their new functionality as a team dashboard, how to track some of your social activity on LinkedIn. The way I like to say it is they are your flashlight in the world of dark social. So here is Aware, y'all. What's going on, everybody? Jumping in here on behalf of Aware to kind of show you how I'm using Aware and why this is a must-have tool if you are a social seller on LinkedIn. Aware you can look at as your flashlight in the world of dark social. We all know we're having incredible conversations in the DMs, in the comment section of our post, but how do we track it all? Right? You've got all this activity happening. Maybe you're a sales leader that has multiple sales reps all over the world having these incredible conversations, but we can't find it. We don't know the impact that it is really happening. Enter Aware. Now you can be aware of what is happening on all of the LinkedIn dark social world, whether you're a creator or a social seller. From here, you can look at things like profile analytics. If you are a creator or an SDR AE that is religiously putting out great content to build trust and credibility with your audience, you can now manage that and see how your profile is growing over time, from your profile views to search appearances to your followers and your connections. You can then see all of your engagement analytics right in one dashboard, your views, your likes left, your comments left, the people that you are messaging. And if you are a sales leader, you get a sales manager dashboard. So the more users you have on this, you're able to monitor their engagement and growth across the entire team or drill down into it from an individual level. Now, I know as a sales leader, this is a must-have. Right? You have to answer for this in your calls and your meetings on what is happening in this dark social LinkedIn world. Now you can see how many prospects have been messaged, how many comments have been left, how many new connections have been made, posts that have been published by the team, all of that information right there at your fingertips. And the best part is it's all synced with your favorite CRM. Right now, they're partnered with Salesforce and HubSpot and require 0 clicks. You can tag your messages, your connections, your comments, your likes. All of that will feed into your contact and company records on your CRM. So now you're able to see that information. I'm telling you guys, this is an incredible tool. You can see the amazing testimonials that they have right? You could see Mark mentions having a sorted list of people who engage with your content. This feature is really cool. So I'm going to hop in and show you here. So there's two places you can look at in this platform. One is your top leads. This is people that are actually interacting with you. So you can go all the way down to the last day, all the way to the last 30 days. This is fun to build relationships with some incredible folks who are championing your content, supporting you, and you can take that to the DMs, and it'll show you your top leads at the top here. The other one that I really enjoy using is the influencer list. Now, you hear the sales gurus talk about this all the time, right? The way to be seen in your industry is to really find the heavy hitters that are already creating content in the space that majority of your prospects, as well as yourself, might be circling and getting a lot of your information from. So how do you stay on top of those? How do you get in those comments? How do you build value there? Well, the curated influencer list. Here, you can build out a list of those folks that you want to stay on top of and immediately come in here and have a curated feed that shows you all at once without having to scrub through LinkedIn. And from here, you can easily hit the like button and go through this stuff. You can click the open button. It'll take you right to the feed. You can see there my like came across. You can comment right from in here as well, right? As a test, it will push right to the platform. And again, sync to your CRM. So I really like this part for speed to lead, building value, staying on top of those folks and that content that you want to be having your face shown in. This is a great way for you to dive into that rather quickly and create that custom feed. You also see that you can track, a little bit competitively what you're doing week over week. This is really cool too. If as a sales leader, you want to put specific spiffs together, competitions, you can look at who's growing week over week. I can go in here. I get a little bit competitive to see what I did in the prior quarter, right? I did 775 comments. This quarter, I'm up to 1,300, right? So week over week, you can see, do you want to incentivize them to be super active in the platform and, be able to track that? So there you have it. That's Aware, your flashlight in the dark of dark social. Check them out. We're going to drop some comments down below for you to get in there, try it out. If you're a sales leader and you've got a team of social sellers, I'm telling you, check this tool out, get the answers you need, see the information all on a dashboard at your fingertips. And as a seller, you're able to sync all this stuff up without having to chase through your CRM and log notes and DMs. All of it will be taken care of for you with the click of no clicks. So check out Aware, drop in the comments below, grab your trial, grab your tool today, and let us know what you think. Boom, boom. There we go. So that is Aware, y'all. Very incredible tool. Michelle, you better use my affiliate link, not Evan's. Check it out.
Hey, y'all can battle it out for me. I can be bot. I think you guys know the way to my heart. So I'll let y'all battle it out in the DMs over which link I use. I also know Alex personally, so
there you go.
Maybe I'll get my own affiliate link.
There you go. You get your own. I absolutely love Aware, y'all. It is so cool to finally be able to track kind of what happens. Everything takes your CRM too. You can have it all in there on the team plan. But I've started gamifying it, Michelle. It's kind of cool because it'll track how many DMs, likes, and comments you leave over time. So every week I go in and I look at the past week and I'm like, oh man, I got to step up my game or and find out. Evan posted yesterday, I think it was. Evan, can you drop in the comments? You said you've sent 750 DMs in the last 60 days or something. I was like, damn, chatty mouth over there, chatterbox, just dropping DMs like crazy. 750 is a lot. Do you track your stuff, Michelle? Do you have a way to kind of see what you're doing on LinkedIn?
I currently have a Google sheet where I'm manually tracking certain activities, and then I have tags I use in our SCP to track it. So should be question though. So is it tracked because if like Marin and I are going back and forth and there's like 40 DMs between us, is it tracking like that kind of activity too? Or do you know if you can almost like make it more specific?
I think it only syncs if in fact it is a contact or linked to your CRM. So
Are we talking about Surf here?
No, we're talking about Aware.
Oh, it sounds like something Surf could do, but you guys were muted for a while, so.
Sort of. Yeah, no. So Surf does something just as much. Like I use both. As you know, Alejandro, right? I've got my Surf fully integrated. The CRM follows me on LinkedIn, where Aware is giving me insights and like data on what's happening there. So like my likes, my comments, my follower count, like all of that.
Yeah.
If you've ever seen Shield, the Shield app that kind of uses for LinkedIn, it's kind of similar to that, but it doesn't just manage your post. It manages your likes, your comments, your activity, where Surf tracks like your leads, contacts, conversations. So like Michelle, what's cool about Surf is, again, it embeds that CRM right on the LinkedIn profile. So like if I go to your profile right now, in the middle before your About Me section, Surf pops up in that box and it'll show my CRM on there. So if Michelle is in my CRM, it shows notes, it shows what deal cycle she's in, what my last activity was with her. And then if I go to message you, anything in there, a little box, a little pop-up pops up and it says sync with CRM. And I can click that and our entire DM conversation will then feed into my HubSpot and then track that in that whole convo.
Well, so I don't know if we want that kind of tracking. I'm just kidding.
I'm telling you guys, if you guys go get Surf right now, you will become instantly addicted. When they first came on my radar, like Alejandro knows, I'm obsessed. I talk to every coaching client I have, every team I have. I've told Marin thousands of times, like Surf is really great to take your CRM with you. Because, you know, Michelle, you find a new lead on the profile, right? Now you got to go to your CRM, build it, put it all in there. You just click a button, right, Alejandro? And within 2 seconds, that lead is created and it's all set up for you. Where Aware is tracking now the activity all together when it comes to your LinkedIn. So I say they go complement each other. It is not.
They're compatible, definitely.
Yeah, they're compatible. You would need both to look at, but they're both incredible tools. But Surf is where it's at. I'm addicted. I'm a big fan. But yeah, and Aware just has me addicted to the numbers now. I'm just obsessed. I have too much of a problem.
Who isn't addicted to numbers though? We wouldn't be in this job at all if we weren't addicted to numbers.
Okay, so here's a myth, or I guess not a myth, but here's a discussion. Is sales an art or a science?
It's a craft.
Or a what? A sale, art or a what?
Or a science.
Or a science. I'd say it's an art.
Art? Okay. Michelle, what do you got?
I hate these types of questions. God, it's hard, right? Because to execute, like you have to have systems and you have to have strategy, and that's like where I think of science, but you also have to be able to be creative. So I think of art. But I'm gonna say I got a Bachelor of Arts, so I'm gonna say it's an art, just for fun.
The way that I explain it is a science at its core, and once you unlock the science, you can get into the art of the creativity, right? It's just like in sports, things like that. Like everybody wants to be Steph Curry shooting 3-pointers. They can't come into the league and do that, right? Soccer, same thing. Like you have to understand the fundamentals and understand your basics, and then once that's handled, then absolutely start shooting threes from the half court. Do the trick shots, add in the other elements that you want to kind of start sprinkling in, but you've got to know your science. You've got to know your math. You've got to know your data to be able to pull the right levers. And then once that's done, then have all the time in the world to do the art. But I think it's both, right? I think they go hand in hand because without science, you can't have the art. And without the art, you don't have the ability to be creative. So I don't know. I think it's both. But I'd love to hear some of these comments that people... Ooh, Jessie is coming in from Whiskey Wednesday, and she says it's an art and a science. Evan says, I think you need at least a thorough understanding of the art in order for the science to work. Evan, I might need you to come up and explain that one or join us on stage because that's an interesting one.
You're going to let Evan on here? Are we sure we're ready for that?
Y'all aren't ready for Evan. Yuji says it's an art, so he's coming out with just straight up, it's an art. Evan says a naturally talented person will do better with science added to the art. And I agree with that, right? If you are a very creative person, you're very good. I think, Michelle, you lean way more into the art than you do the science. You're doing your sales motion, don't you? Because you're really creative. You do a lot of fun stuff, more so than worrying about like the numbers and what the data tells you to do, right?
I mean, I just rely on my charm and like hope for the best, honestly. Just like, please, I'm like a really fun, cool person. Please talk to me for 15 minutes. No, but yeah, I would say I'm probably less hardcore on like if I'm testing things or stuff like that, I'm like less hardcore on getting caught up in like the numbers and making sure everything's perfect into a science and more about just getting to execution. So yeah, and I'm like, I come from a marketing background, so I, rather than like a ton of repetition, I prefer to change things up and keep this interesting and again, get creative, whether that's leveraging video, Twitter, LinkedIn, coming on events like this, like kind of whatever it takes to just have good conversations with people.
That's it, right? That's the beauty of what we do, is just have fun, I think the science can only take you so far, but when we're talking about human nature, y'all, we got some people in the house here. I think though, like you said, that's the art of it, is relationship building, and there's no science behind that. There's not a perfect algorithm out there that tells you how to make friends. It's not something you can do, right? That is where that creativity comes in. Mm-hmm. All right, we got a new panel.
Also, hi, Ricky.
Hey, good morning, guys. Thanks for having me.
Ricky, tell us a little bit about yourself, what you're going to be calling on, and a little bit about Restaurant 365.
Yeah, thanks for having me again, Tom and Marin. I joined you guys a few months back, but I'm a SDR over at Restaurant 365. We're an amazing, awesome software company that's a back office solution primarily for restaurants, but we work from like mom and pops up to like McDonald's, Taco Bell franchisees, over 45,000 restaurants. Okay. So we have different teams that go small business, mid business, and enterprise. I'm on the mid-market space, and I primarily call into restaurant groups with 5 to maybe up to 200 units. So anywhere from like a director of ops, a few C-suite people, but sometimes with new accounts, I'm calling on just a new brand, and I have to kind of build up some research. So I just kind of call storefronts, and I get a couple just easy conversations with people on the low end of the totem pole. But yeah, it's a pretty cool gig. I love my company. My team is amazing, and we're still growing. So if you guys have any friends who want to be SDRs, apply to our company. Referral Ricky over here. But no, I also live in Hawaii, and I welcome anyone to come out here and let's go surf and have a great day. But I hope you all are having an amazing day as well.
Yo, that is fantastic, man. Dropping the last little nugget there of being in Hawaii. That is fantastic. What time is it for you? Like 5 o'clock?
It's 6:30 now. So that's all good. I got my coffee. I'm good to go. I normally start my days about like 5. I'd say like 5 to 1:32 is my sweet spot. Nice. I earlier this week I had a meeting at 4:30. It was 10:30 Eastern time. Which it wasn't ideal, but I had that meeting and then I surfed right afterwards, and it had a power nap in the afternoon and played some golf after that. So just want to keep the fun stuff rolling.
There you go.
You're living like everyone's dream.
Well, this month in particular, my wife and 2 kiddos, they go to see the grandparents in Japan. So I get to do like all the fun things. So trying to maximize that. And I actually have 3 of my coworkers, other SDRs, coming out here in a week just to have like an SDR little amazing trip. So I'm excited for it. But yeah, thanks for having me today. And I was trying to get my dialer connected. I'm on that. Yeah, I think I got it now.
There you go. We also have Elliot Garcia in the house. Elliot, so good to see you all day, every day. If y'all don't know Elliot, give him a follow as well. Broken as well, Ricky, from kind of the hospitality restaurant industry, kind of doing that, and then found his way to SaaS. And so I'll let you, Elliot, kind of tell us the story, what your call-in, your product is, and a little bit about you, my friend.
Oh, wow. Another hospitality guy. I like this. I like this guy. Where'd you get him?
Yo.
I got my Hawaiian hat on too. Represent 808, baby.
Yes, sir.
Just a quick, snippet of me. This is the Tom show, but actually, this was 2 years ago where Tom really took me under his wing, and I barely broke into SaaS. I mean, I was calling Tom all the time. He helped me out tremendously. Shout out Tom, and just like finally, I just decided to do this. I just started talking to people left and right, started making connections, signed up to Rev Genius, and then they had this Rev League, and I was like, "What's Rev League?" And then one of the guys that was in Rev League was like, "Dude, just join." I was like, "All right, man, I'm just gonna join." I was like, "I don't even know how to cold call, but I'm just gonna do this." So I just did it. Cold call, won a championship, got the eyes on outplay. It's a SEP, and they flew me out to Miami. I got to meet the team. Fast forward, went to Data Axle, so I got into direct selling, and then from direct selling, now I'm at Reggie.ai, which is a AI content platform, personalizes emails and into your persona in a matter of seconds instead of minutes. So if you want to look at that tool, you can always sign up for a free trial and check it out. But yeah, I'm here to cold call with y'all. Let's cold call. Come on.
Let's do it. Super excited to have you here, dude. Reggie.ai is incredible. For us cold callers out there, if email is not our strength, which tends to happen, go check out Reggie. It'll create you a sequence, a cadence within, gosh, I think, Elliot, it's down to like 30, 45 seconds, a minute, 3 minutes. Yeah.
Yeah, like 3 minutes.
Like 3 minutes, and then you have a full sequence. Now, you'll add your personalization, you'll tweak it to you, but yeah, super powerful, incredible integrations. I think it integrates into Apollo, SalesLoft, and so many others. So if you already got your sequence tool, you plug it in. And Elliot, they can get in for free, right? They can get a trial that'll do just a basic outbound campaign for them, kind of let them see what they can do, right?
Absolutely. Check it out.
Right.
I mean, you'll get like 100 free credits, I believe, and you can just kind of like personalize into your persona. I've been booking meetings. I'm a cold caller at heart all day, every day. But I mean, I've been booking a lot of meetings through just email because I'm able to personalize. And who's not gonna open a personalized? Like I had this guy that was working at the NBA Summer League, and I tailor-made a personalized email into the NBA Summer League.
That's so cool.
I know, just little things like that go a long way.
Wicked. All right, last but not least, we have the amazing Joan Rivers of marketing. He, him, they, them, the amazing Evan Patterson that we all know and love. How are you, Evan?
I'm here.
You're
Could
here.
be better. Yeah.
All right.
I was in a good mood and then I logged in. Yeah.
Oh, well.
I'm kidding. No, it's always a pleasure to come support Marin supporting Tom.
We're all just supporting each other, Evan.
Nope, just you. Just you.
Just me.
Sorry. That's not in the equation. Evan and I have known each other for 3 years now. It's been a long run.
4 years too long.
Yeah. Original OGs of the LinkedIn world before it became this cool place to post and everybody was having a good old time. And Evan's done some incredible jobs. Evan, why don't you tell us where you're at now and kind of what your product does and shout out a little bit.
I don't think I have too many clients.
What kind of question is that?
Yeah, like what kind of question is that? I work everywhere. I'm sorry.
We don't have time, Tom.
Yeah, I'm a queen in demand. I don't have time to list through all of my current ongoing accolades.
Evan, there are too many. I think it breaks the.
Tell us your specialty.
Content marketing.
Sarcasm.
Roasting Tom on his own show. No, community marketing is really my my bread and butter, mostly for early stage SaaS startups. So Series A and earlier is my niche.
And you went freelancer. You're on your own. Evan Patterson Consulting LLC.
Well, I do want to be completely transparent. When I said I didn't want to do the traditional employment model, right? Being an employee of a company, I didn't necessarily say I wanted to be a full-time freelancer. I just said I don't want to do that anymore. So it's a bit of freelancing, but also like if somebody offered me a full-time job that made sense, I'm not going to say no. It's just like my contract's going to look very different than everybody else's because I just can't put up with the usual BS, you know. Or also, the minute you get an HR team, I quit.
There you go. Yeah, you can't handle that.
No,
They
I
can't handle
can't,
you.
because I have the audacity to say things that are like, what's the word? Correct. They drive revenue. What everybody's thinking, but everybody's afraid to say. Tend to shut down racism and misogyny, which is apparently a problem in most startups. I do not know. Apparently, being a good person makes you a bad employee. Yeah. So, I'm avoiding companies like that going forward.
Good thing to do.
Yeah.
Well, we're going to get into some dialing. I'm on Phone Burner. Ricky, Elliot, Alejandro have theirs. Marin is here. I'm going to play a quick ad under 2 minutes for Phone Burner. Let you guys understand a little bit more about this dialer. If you guys are
Marin's like, this is news to me. Like, I'm sorry.
Oh no, I'm just saying someone needs to book a meeting so I can add someone to the leaderboard because it's looking a little there's no demos.
Well, I
booked
just booked
today.
a meeting for
Ricky, you
my
got this,
company.
All right.
Oh,
I'm going to play this ad. I'm going to play this ad. You guys get into your dialers, get your list prepped, ready to go. I'm going to get my Phone Burner up, and we'll come back from this ad, and we are just going to start dialing for the next hour and start having some calls and see if we can get some meetings. So, without further ado, a word from our sponsors, Phone Burner.
Meet Phone Burner. We're an outbound sales dialing platform that streamlines repetitive tasks so sales reps can focus on what matters, having more conversations and closing more sales. So today I have several new leads to contact. I used a saved search to bring them up. Select them, and now I'm ready to go. I make one call into the Phone Burner bridge, and already I'm dialing lead number 1. As you can see, all of the contact information, call history, scripts, calendar, everything is at my fingertips. So is a fully customizable set of buttons. Looks like I got Ryan's voicemail. One click sends an email, sets the status, and more. And I'm already on to Shannon. So Jeff just picked up. I can hear him say hello and can start talking immediately. No pause, no awkward silence. Just a perfect opportunity to connect and advance the sale. When the call with Jeff is over, I select from my custom buttons to disposition the call. Phone Burner can instantly send out a trackable email, add notes, tag the contact, and even move them to a different folder, all with one click. Think of Phone Burner as your co-pilot. All of the critical steps of outreach are handled, but you're fresh and fully focused on talking to prospects and closing deals. Phone Burner is cloud-based, so there's nothing to install, no special equipment needed, and you can use any phone, including soft phones, with features like call recording, call transfer, local caller ID, email tracking, lead distribution, third-party integrations, and reporting and analytics. Agents and administrators have all the tools they need to grow a bigger, more engaged sales pipeline. Try it out for yourself without a credit card at phoneburner.com.
All right. So that was Phone Burner. Check them out. Drop the link down below. It's not your typical parallel dialer, as you guys saw. It is very, very cool. It's 1 by 1, but still will allow you to mass dial. And it's a really, really great tool. So check them out. But yeah, let's start ripping some dials and see where we can go. Where'd Elliot go? He dip off, Marin?
He dipped off, I guess, for a sec.
He's in the phone. So should I have these two windows open and just be like dialing from the?
So, Ricky, what you'll do is in your browser where you see StreamYard open, if you right-click on that tab, you are able to mute the site. So when you're dialing, if you do get a connect and we start talking, just mute the site and we can still hear you in your call, but you won't hear us in your ear. And then once the call's over, you unmute the site and then you're back to hearing us and in the conversation.
Cool. And if I mute the site, but could you guys still put in the chat, like if I'm like on the fence or if I'm reeling it in, you guys can like put in like live coaching, like, yo, say this. Or
yeah.
Ignore everything I say though, because I will say the opposite of useful.
Like, my friend Evan said, call him on his personal cell phone number. His number is.
I said, here, say Tom Soch live on the air. I'm kidding.
You're too funny.
No, that's the reason why I don't do cold calling. Why am I here? I just know Marin's like, here's the link.
Evan and I hanging out all day. What could go? What could possibly go wrong?
And what could possibly go right?
Not with you.
I've already booked a meeting during this. I just didn't use a phone to do it.
Would you get some inbounds? There you go.
Hi, Nate. Hey, this is Alex from Surf. I only have 1 minute, and this is a cold call, so I understand if you want to hang up. Can I ask you a quick question before I let you go? Nate? And we missed him.
Another miss. We missed it out. Oh, man.
I just reactivated my audio. Were you guys on the other side of that?
Yep.
Yeah. Yep.
We
Yeah.
hear ya. Loud and clear.
He just hang up.
They just hang up.
Yeah, I could hear his kids in the background, so maybe he was in his family time, whatever. What do you guys think about that opener? I am very permission-based when I don't have something very relevant to say. As soon as I see someone post something, I'll start with that. As soon as I see someone hiring someone, I'll start with that. But when I don't have info, this is pretty much my opener. Anything you want to point out? Perhaps my tone or anything?
Yeah, permission based, can be fun, right? You obviously can get the yes or no, right? Get shot down pretty quickly. They'll say, hey, no, I'm not, I'm busy. When I get into the situation where I don't have that trigger base, right, Alejandro, where you don't know specific, I try to just be to the persona. Hey, Alejandro, it's Tom with Surf. Hey, the reason I was giving you a call is, most sales leaders right now are trying to track and sync their CRM with the activity that they're seeing their reps do on social selling. Is that something your team's struggling with right now? Or have you found ways where you're able to see the activity they are doing in the system? No, I'm not. That's not something we do. We actually don't do LinkedIn, our audience, and now you can get into your conversation.
Right.
So I'll stick to buyer persona triggers or buyer persona pains versus saying, hey, it's Tom with Surf. Alejandro, do you have a minute? And I can tell you why I'm calling. No, I don't. Thanks. Right. Or
yeah, because I could be selling like windows, cars, wheels. He knows nothing. But if I even mention that I'm talking to sales leader and his position in LinkedIn is sales leader, then there's a bit more relevance to it already.
Right. Your trigger is the pain of their world, understanding that buyer persona's world. And that's why you're calling, because that's why you are calling, right? That's the whole point of your tool, what you're trying to do. And so you just come in from right there. Alejandro, it's Tom. I've been talking with a couple sales leaders over the last few weeks. And what I'm finding is that they're having a really hard time seeing the activity that's happening on LinkedIn and seeing the CRM track that information. How do you handle that currently with your team? And you open with that open-ended question that kind of dives into that. And that's better than do you have permission, because now they're going to answer and then you can navigate the call from there. So maybe try something like that. Try to get into the trigger around the buyer persona, right? That says something there. Versus,
so in this case, I'd say, because this guy, Nate, he's sales leader at Gong. So I'd say, hey, Nate, this is Alex from Surf. I only have 1 minute. The reason I'm calling you is that I've been speaking with sales leader lately. And they've been telling me that they're having a hard time having their sales reps leverage LinkedIn to create revenue. Would you say that's something that you're dealing with?
Change it to an open question, because again, that's a yes or no.
That's a yes or no.
Try to get a powerful opener around that pain. Hey, that was a great opener, by the way, on the fly. That was killer. Just change how you open that question to get them to now have to talk to you of, is that something, what do you think is your biggest challenge when it comes to trying to do that yourself? Would you think, would it be X, Y, and then you go into that. But just try to get that open question to where they have to give you some meat and a response versus, would you say you're dealing with that? No. Bye. No.
Yeah.
Now you already have to have a second question ready to go. And you just blew, that first question just so fast, right? So with the open, you get them talking, and the more we get our prospects talking, the more cues we can pick up on. They tend to leak information on accident, right? That we could pick up on because they're just talking to you. So I would do that and try that approach of just going with the buyer persona and talk about maybe a recent call you had with another sales leader that told you some of the things you're dealing with, and then go that route versus, hey, do you have a minute to tell you why I called? Because nobody has that minute.
It's
right?
weird. I've been using this opener because it works like so often, but I want to try new things. So today, as soon as someone picks that phone up, I'm going to go with a persona relevant based opener, open question, and hey, if they hang up, they hang up.
Yep. And
Yeah.
listen, sometimes you just have to pick up on the cue as soon as you hear their tone and the way they talk. Because don't get me wrong, there are call recordings of me out there where I did open with a permission-based opener, right? It's not that I don't do them, but it's just a cue thing, right? Is if you hear they're busy, you hear some noise, then you could open with that one, right? And say, hey, did you have a minute? Did I catch you at a bad time? But typically, like, again, you're doing them a favor, like Cliff says here.
Thanks, Cliff. That's right. Mindset.
The way that I look at permission-based opener is, your cell phone is not intrusive. They have to actually click the button to accept the call. That to me is their permission that they can take a phone call. You picked it up. That's permission.
I was about to say, like, as a marketer, we always think about, consent for, we don't want to get sued,
Right.
So, in my mind, I'm like, well, they've already consented to a potential conversation because you're not getting forced to pick up that call,
If it was
So-
forced, if it was forced, right, and like if my phone started ringing and it just picked up on its own, okay, then you would use a permission-based opener and kind of acknowledge like, hey, is now good. But again, if you call me right now, Alejandro, if I don't pick up, then there's no harm, no foul, right? But if I
can't name
pick
the last
up,
time I picked up a call.
huh?
I'm trying to remember the last time I picked up a cold call.
You don't do them. Don't ever sell to Evan a demo or a product by a cold call because you'll immediately lose his business.
Actually, that's
One of my
usually
favorite-
correct.
One of my favorite things ever was when Evan was like, hey, I'm in the market for these specific things.
Oh yeah,
If
that
you
post I did.
sell this, what did you say? You're like,
I think it was like video editing software and like some
but
live.
you
streaming
wanted
stuff.
to set a demo.
Oh yeah,
with
if you provide these, like I gave them I can't remember specifically what it was, but I gave like very clear instructions, like shoot me over the ability to book a demo with someone, and I'm like, and please don't skirt around the SDR and the BDR. Like I want to make sure I'm giving somebody credit. I've been a BDR, and I remember like being very clear. I want a demo, and like anecdotally, like 8 or 9 out of 10 people would get it wrong. And so the bar is set very, very low. Yeah. I had like 96 different people. It was 96, 97 I counted. And over 80 to 90% got it wrong. Yeah, like it was rough. It was I almost made more content about how bad it went, but it was like it was becoming so hard for me to write about it without it being like just me completely shitting on these people, for lack of a better description. Then I'm like, you know what? I can't say this nicely, so I'm just not going to say
I'm just going to scratch it. Yep. The demo process, the outreach process is still, no matter how much info is shared on a daily basis through LinkedIn and content, the bar is very low in regards.
If I'm asking for a demo, don't book me a discovery call. Book me a demo.
Right.
I don't care what your sales process is. I asked you for a demo. So give me a demo. Like when you buy a car, you say, can I test drive it? You don't give them a video of it instead. You know what I mean?
I think that's like a marketing thing where, on a demo request form, it's clearly indicating that if you submit that inbound lead, right? Because this is a problem with all SDRs. You get your inbound lead, you think it's a hot demo request, a warm lead, and all of a sudden it either goes into discovery or the AE doesn't even do the demo. Where I think marketers could put on the demo request form, would you like to see a demo day of call, yes or no? And then when those come through, then clearly the AE knows what they're stepping into. Hey, yes, they want to see the demo, or no, this is just and I guess you could put check boxes of demo or discovery. And then if they check both, you're good. Or if they check one or the other, your team knows up.
Well, more importantly, I have 30 ongoing referral agreements currently signed with sales tech and MarTech companies.
Right.
So it would, just like with you, Tom, right? Like we both have very large networks, right? So wouldn't you think if you're going to get someone like us expressing interest in a product like yours, wouldn't you want to like make us like your product so we can tell people about your product?
Yep.
Because I will gladly make referrals. I have 30 referral contracts right now, like ongoing with SaaS. Like I have a whole spreadsheet with all the links and my point of contacts, and it's organized and sorted by the tools, the types, the ICPs, everything. So if one of my clients or one of my friends,
sounds like you need a CRM.
I don't actually. I'm totally fine with spreadsheet. Thank you for the offer. Because you didn't ask why I like spreadsheets. But
Discovery.
yeah, really shit discovery there, Tom. But the point being, still, like, I'm like, you're an SDR. Like, wouldn't you want me to at least get the demo, because that way I'll be a lead source for you too? Like, I don't know. When I was an SDR, it wasn't my job to create partnerships. But sure as hell was I going out there and finding partnerships, but so don't stick to what the JD says. Go beyond your own JD. Create your own demand gen funnel, create your own marketing campaign, create your own partnerships play, in addition to, not in lieu of, your normal job requirements.
And I'll dive into that in a second, because you make a really good point there. But to what Dean said here, real quick, about the power of yes, the 3 yes. Right, I learned this, Dean. This is a classic older type of process that was taught. You get them to say yes 3 times, you're more likely to go in for that meeting, right? Or you get them in the habit of saying yes, yes, and then all of a sudden you'd be like, "Cool, you want to book a call on Thursday?" And they're like, "Yes." "Oh wait, I mean, yeah," and they're right into it. So, so I do believe in it. I feel like the power of yes can be relevant. I think when you're opening the call, getting that yes, but a yes and not just a yes. So again, Alejandro, right, with that open-ended question of, hey, are you?
Oh yeah, good morning. I was actually trying to get a hold. Is there a manager I could speak with for a brief minute? Okay, I'll be happy to call back. I was just curious, who should I ask for when I call back? Paul. Okay, and I'll be happy to follow up with him. I was just actually checking on some of your operations and stuff. Do you know by chance what POS you guys are using? Okay, cool. I'll call back and talk to Paul around 11. Thank you so much. I'll talk to you guys later. Bye.
Come on, Paul.
Oh, I'm muted. Gosh, technology.
You're doing great,
There you
Tom.
go. I'm doing great. Today is tech.
This is why we need you, Evan. Say all the things that I want to say and hold my tongue.
So I might have missed this, but did you guys all work together? Evan, Tom, did you guys work together back in the day? Or how did you guys meet each other?
No. We've never actually worked physically together, but what we've done is, just because of the community of LinkedIn, we have all kind of collaborated on various things. I've known Evan for 2 years because of LinkedIn. I think he started at Rattle when we first kind of were chatting.
No, I've never worked at Rattle. I worked at Rattle.
What was the other one?
Reprise. So you and I met right as I was onboarding at Reprise. So I was leaving Verse as I joined Revly, because I met you and Andrea Pereira, Taylor, Michelle Craig, a bunch of people like all around the same time. And it was like the height of the pandemic. And I remembered I was leaving Verse and I was still like biting my tongue about the whole thing. But then I entered and then I joined Revly during that time. I didn't get active until Reprise. And then you and I started talking after I did like some sort of like coaching roundtable sort of thing about social selling. I think that was like how it started, and then it kind of went from there. So we've done a lot of collaborations, but yeah, we've never like been coworkers at all. Yeah.
Have you guys ever met like in real life? Have like done like a social like meetup, like at a conference
we met
or
at
anything?
SaaStr last year.
We did. We went to SaaStr, the conference, trying to go again this year. SaaStr is a big conference down in California, and that was the first time Evan and I actually, got to physically hug it out, touch, say hello.
He's really tall, by the way. I am not tall.
I'm a people person, so all I want to do is like meet people, hug them, like, yo, buddy, what's up?
Also, I love Tom. He can tell like I'm the same asshole I am online in real life. He can attest to it. It actually gets worse online because I'm filtering it for the internet.
Meeting Evan in person is incredible. And I'm like you, Ricky. I became popular last year on LinkedIn because I became the selfie king of LinkedIn, because I started going and seeing as many people as I could within the area. I'm in Arizona. So when I went to SaaStr, I grabbed photos with everybody. I meet people for lunch when they come to town.
And I'm like, don't look at me.
Yeah, and I'm like straight up like I'm hugging it out. I'm like hello, and I grab a picture, and everybody gets all excited about it, and it's a good time. But yeah, me and Marin have never met in person.
And never will.
She was
I tried to plan it, and then he got sick.
She was here. She was here.
No,
she
Marin
have an
texted me
offsite.
about how to get a personal protection order during this whole conversation.
Oh,
just like a temporary one, just a tiara. It's fine.
Oh, okay. I hear you.
The fact that she knew the acronym of the temporary one leads me to believe that Marin has a lot of first-hand experience.
You have a lot of stalkers, Marin.
No, I just worked for a law firm for a second. I've had a lot of hats.
Yeah, I think Marin and I have resumes that are just like, what job haven't you done would be an easier question to answer. Yeah. No, Marin, I met Marin through Tom. I think it was the first Phonathon or the second one you did, Tom. Me and Ashley came in.
The first one you guys came and did the roast.
We did the roast, and you were doing cocktails and mocktails. And me and Ashley both have a lot of respect for bartenders. I've been a bartender. I can't speak for Ashley, but like I've been a bartender, so I understood where you were coming from, and like we just hit it off from there. So, but we're not going to let Tom have any credit for that introduction. Of course, that would blow up his already inflated ego. Fair.
Tom who?
You know what? Everybody on LinkedIn knows everybody because of one person, and it's me. Okay, and I'm going to put my hat on that because I am an incredible connector. And I'm proud of it. So you know what? Give me my credit, Evan. You met her because of me, and that's okay.
Not during Pride Month. I'll wait till July 1st.
There you go. Don't do it right now. You'll be all right.
You got 3 more days. 2 days.
Oh, you're crazy.
Really? Is it? Oh yeah, it is.
I want you guys know something funny I've been doing with my team, just to kind of motivate my team. And I feel like the greatest wealth is health. I've been getting all my SDRs. We've been doing push-ups throughout the day. So maybe 3 or 4 times throughout the day in our Slack chat, we're like, oh, it's push-up time. So I have to do a push-up break in about 3 minutes. You guys are welcome to knock out instead of push-ups. If you want to do body squats, if you got a hurt wrist, I want everyone.
I'm being Mariner like I should, like, and that is not happening. Oh my god!
If you just want to wiggle or dance, I want people to move.
Shimmy.
I feel like because when I moved into tech, I gained like 25 pounds working on a computer. I'm like, oh, I'm a computer man. Like, I'm a kid that wants to play outside. I used to work on the water all the time. Like, that's a struggle that I have is trying to still be active. But I definitely commend and tip my hat to anyone who can sit still in a desk like a robot for 8 hours a day. But that's just not me. That's not what life is for me.
That's what standing desks are for.
Yeah,
that's what I'm doing. I've got to stand up right now. That's where I'm at.
I'll stand up right now.
I stand. I'd have a little putting green behind me. I throw a basketball. I got a skateboard that I run around.
We are totally opposite people, Ricky. Everything you've described sounds like a punishment to me.
Yeah, that's where
I love that you love it.
I can learn from others, and that's why I need to learn from you, Evan. Like, because you got great energy, and it's like something I've learned to take a page out of everyone's book, right?
There's my energy is not energy. It's just trauma, honey. It's just trauma.
Man.
I'm not funny. I'm fucked up.
I wish you goodness, though. Either way, even though you don't want to exercise. Oh, good.
No. I go to Orange Theory 3 to 4 times a week. That's my gym. Also, I live in Chicago, so I walk everywhere. I don't drive. I live in a very, very walkable area. So
Evan doesn't have a license.
No, I have a license. I just got rid of my car when I moved here. Yeah. Well, because I don't know if anybody's been to like the north side of Chicago. I live in Lakeview, a neighborhood in the city. It's where Wrigley Field is, and Boys Town, the neighborhood, all that. And it's not a very car friendly part of the city. Unless you need a car, you probably just really shouldn't have one here. Most of my friends here don't drive, don't have cars, and I think about half of them probably don't even have a license or never had one because they never needed one. It's very
Garrett, this is Alex from Surf. Hey, I only have 1 minute. I'm calling you because I've been talking with account executives this past months, and they've told me they're having a hard time leveraging LinkedIn to create business opportunities. I just wanted to ask you how you're dealing with that whole social selling to reach your quota. Garrett, can you hear me? Garrett, are you there with me? Oh, we lost him again.
So, I have a question about this.
Again.
Ricky, to answer your question, I walk everywhere. So that's the other workout.
Yeah, no, so and that's great too because like all my Japanese family, I don't have any fat Japanese family, but they walk all day. They don't exercise and stuff like that. I think it's just about your lifestyle, whatever.
Well,
Balance.
size also isn't an indicator of health. I mean, like, look at Lizzo. That woman's going through it every tour. She is doing stunts and tricks left and right. So yeah, no, it's a whole.
Sandra.
Yeah, it
Tom
doesn't
with
work
the
like that.
SD Lab. How have you been?
Tom's now on a call.
Yeah. I was
He just wanted to win his own
I
prizes.
understand that you're the co-founder there, and I was reaching out to see what you're currently doing for your sales team to improve your pipeline when it comes to leveraging the multi-channels that your team has to handle. What are some of the struggles you're seeing in your outbound process right now? Right. Are they using social? Are they on LinkedIn? Is that where your buyers are starting to live more? Yeah, what led to deciding that that needed to be incorporated into the plans? Gotcha. Okay, so looking at past data, kind of understanding what is happening and then seeing that, okay. How long have you been running that process? Gotcha. Well, I'll keep this super brief. The reason that I reached out is I was looking through LinkedIn. You popped up here, and I know that in 2023 sales has become a crazy world, as you just expressed, right? Trying to get your team in a unified process, get them doing certain motions. And so I'm a consultant with the SD Lab, and what we do is we help companies go through a full rehaul of their tech, their processes and operations, and coaching their sales team on various elements of social selling, my favorite thing to do, which is cold calling, which I do here, but we take you through a full plan. But ideally, I just want to come be another set of eyes, brain, and hands for you to support you in what you're doing. Would you be open to maybe jumping on a call with me and I could show you some past projects I've done? Do you actually have a playbook for your team? Yeah, like a playbook where they have everything they need at their fingertips. So again, with their scripts that they might be leveraging, messaging, how to do certain things, where they can find collateral. Do you have anything like that for them? Okay, so maybe there's something there, right? I would love to help you. I love building playbooks. It's one of my favorite things to do. And I've seen with teams how important they can be. And like you said, you've got 6-7 reps. They're not uniformed. They're all kind of doing their own motion. So yeah, back to my original question, would you be open to a call? You want to sit down and chat with me and we can kind of go through what's happening and I can show you a couple frameworks I have, a couple examples, and maybe there's a way I can come in and support you and help you out with some things. Fair enough. Yeah, what I'll do is I'll shoot you some information. I've got a couple resources. I've got a newsletter. I've got some podcast episodes. Obviously, you can learn about kind of my style, what I talk about. But while I have you, would it be fair to throw some time on the calendar for, say, next Wednesday at I've got like a 2 p.m. And then after you look at the email, if you decide like, hey, this isn't for me, cool, we can cancel. But if you like it, then we can dive in and you can have some questions prepped and we can see how we can help your team out. Oh, you're the best, Sandra. Okay, that's what I'll do then. I've got your email here. Okay, I will shoot that over. The email will be titled Tom with the SD Lab, and I'll put some resources. Check out a couple podcast episodes. Subscribe to my newsletter. That'll be free tips I deliver every Monday, so you can follow along there. And then I'll send that calendar invite with the Zoom link for next week, and then you let me know from there. But I'm really excited to talk with you, and we can see how to help your team. Okay, great, Sandra. You have been wonderful. I will talk to you soon, and I will get that all over to you here shortly. Okay, thanks so much. Talk to you soon.
Hey, look at you.
Dope. Cool.
Did it, Tom?
I finally got one, man.
His first meeting in his entire sales development career.
I proved to Nah, Sandra's cool, man. She's going through some stuff. Team has just started doing some plan to kind of bring in support, show them some stuff, aware. But nah, she was open to it. Got a team of 6 or 7 reps. They're growing. No playbook. Kind of everybody's doing their own thing. But she is starting to look at optimizing that process. So. She tried to push me off, as you guys saw at the end there. She was kind of hit me with that.
As we all do to you, Tom.
I know. She was like, hey, just drop it in there, and I was like, well, let's do this. I'll drop it, but let's get the call. And then if you don't want it, you just cancel out.
I guess the good news is a lot of you are selling to salespeople. So they get the game, and I'm hoping they have respect for it. Where when you sell to marketers, me included, I'm like, what do you want? What now? That's how I treat salespeople, which I try not to internally, but externally, I have no motive to be nice.
Yeah, I thought it was really cool, Tom, how you when she tried to brush you off with the email, and then you're like, well, you know what? I'll be happy to do that, but let's go ahead and while I have you on the phone, let's go ahead and put it on the calendar. We could always cancel, because I feel like a lot of people they're like, just send me an email as a brush off. And something that we use okay, I'll be happy to send you an email, but our system's so robust. What is something strategically you're working on? You want to work on inventory or accounting to kind of filter out if it's a brush off or not. But I'm going to use that next time someone has an email. I'm going to try to ask for the meeting time, and we can cancel still.
Give or take, right? Give or take. It's kind of a give-take. I'll give you that, but in return, you're going to give me something too. I have no problem sending you that email. I get it. This is a cold call. I'm a consultant. You have no idea what's going on, but I have you. Is even this a priority to enough to where if you did like what you saw or got more into it, you would have taken the meeting? So that's where I go with it, because they're going to like what they see potentially, or at least I can get that on the calendar. And I would say 7 out of 10 times, those calls show up. They will show up, and they just go ahead and assume that call because I booked it, where the other 3 will, get back to me, or a day before the call, cancel it out and just say, hey, I'm all good, or can we push this? But I would say 7 out of 10 times I can still get them on that meeting and then tash it out. And some of them do review what I sent over. And then I just
come on, man. 7 out of 10. We know you can do better than that.
Oh, I know, dude. I'm sleeping over here.
I was curious.
A little bit tougher than a product.
With your industry consulting, is your first meeting a 30-minute meeting, or is it a 1-hour meeting? I don't know how consulting calls work.
30. I usually just go 30. I'm doing like Evan said. I don't have a demo. I don't have a product per se. I'm going through my software. So mine is more just discovery, and then I'll pull up things on the fly of playbooks that I created, the coachings that I've done based on how the convo is going, and if they need that tangible proof. But normally it's just a quick 30 minutes to really discover the actual pain that they are really going through, and if I can actually do it. And then from there, we're booking the next call if we need be.
And Tom, you and I, we've both been SDRs for selling products, right? Software as a service, which is, let's be honest, still a product at the end of the day. Now that you and I have both moved our careers to be more like a human provided service, I don't know about you, but I find it's allegedly. Allegedly. I was raised in a family where we don't believe in discrimination. We hate everyone equally. So that's usually my issues with Homo sapiens. But I find it easier to sell or market a service provided by a human actually than I do a product. Because I think it's well, if you can't do what Tom helps you do, then no amount of products are going to fix it. I guess it's it doesn't matter if you have a car, if you don't have a license, what's
you can't drive it, right?
And a human needs to teach you that at the end of the day. So I've noticed that the way that I sell, and I've watched the way that you sell, it's evolved because we're selling something that's a little, I don't know, people always have an open mind to it. I think it's not hard to wrap their brains around.
It's not, and it's just about showing them. I usually my wow statement is when I tell them how nice would it be to have an extra set of eyes, hands, and a brain to help you support your motion, right? Because a lot of sales leaders in my world, Ricky, right, there's a lot of great sales leaders out there that are actually busting their ass to try to help their sales team. They are trying to support and empower. They just don't know what the hell they're doing, or they don't have the bandwidth to get to those things. So when I can come in and say, look, I'm a 16-year vet, I can help you do this stuff. How would you like to have an extra set of hands, eyes, and a brain? They love it, right? They just love to be helped. And I can kind of find where they need the most help. I'm like, look, in the next 90 days, what would transform your sales motion more than anything? Well, I need them to know how to social sell. Like if I could get that down, I think we would be off to the races. Okay, how are you tackling that today? What are you doing to empower that? Oh, nothing. Okay, do you want to do some coachings? Would you like to have somebody come in and do some workshops with them and give them some formulas? And then that's how my call will navigate, right? So it's just kind of diving into that stuff and figuring out where they could use the support. The issue, like Evan said earlier, like for me and Evan, we can do anything. When I first went to market at SD Lab, like I was selling the kitchen sink. I could do whatever you wanted me to do, but then I had to kind of niche down into certain things. But it's just kind of finding that pain as to what's going on there. But yeah, it's interesting to sell services over product. That's a big myth too. If Michelle Craig comes back, we'll have to talk about that. Colin, first off, welcome, Colin. Colin, the myth, the legend, the man of the hour. Colin, why don't you introduce yourself, talk to us a little bit about Ledium and what you've been doing.
Yeah, man. Thanks for having me. Glad to be part of the Phonathon. I am currently one of the partners and VP of sales over at Ledium. So we help people with top of funnel from inbound lead management to outbound as a service.
That is fantastic, my friend.
Sure.
Yeah, you've been over.
What was the name of the company?
Ledium.
Ledium.
Yeah, Ledium is awesome. Great team over there. Colin just jumped on with them, and we all kind of have a partnership, right? I work in hand in hand with Colin on certain things and certain projects. So it's great to have you. If you ever want to know how to do podcasting, talk to Colin. Colin is, I think every podcast he's ever touched has reached 1 million downloads and $10 million in driven sponsorship money. It's outrageous, right? How many have you done, Colin? Do you have like a number?
Oh man,
that you've played a part in?
It's hard. I don't know. I mean, the numbers are definitely up there, but
a couple hundred, couple thousands.
Hard to say. I know that we're launching a new season of my show. It's now under the Ledium brand, and show just passed I think over 2.5 million downloads.
Just touches Midas when it comes to the podcast world.
Oh yeah, good morning. I was trying to get a hold of Mark West, please.
There we go.
Okay, thank you very much. I was curious, as far as at the Little Creek now, who's the GM? Okay, is there any way you could transfer me over to Wayne? I just had a quick word, if I could just had a quick question for him. That'd be great. Thank you so much. No good.
No good. Lost it there at the end. Are you
We
still on with
also
him?
have Mark Mack in the house. The one, the only.
What's going on?
Seems I always run into Mark Mack when there's something to do with cold calling going on.
I wonder why. It's not
what are you
like
gonna do?
We call him the godfather of cold calling. If y'all didn't know, this is the godfather. He has been an OG. When did you start, Mark? When
That's just because I'm 30 years older than all you guys.
Okay. Now Mark knows that I mean this of love. I thought you were gonna say that's because I'm 30 years old, and I was like,
oh no,
Mark.
30 years old.
Cold calling ages you a little bit.
I'm almost 30, but let's
It's great. It's definitely great. Yeah, it's 20-something years.
You should see what he looked like before he started cold calling.
Exactly. I'll show you.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, please give us the throwback. TBT.
Yeah.
TBT.
He's got a.
This is what I look like before I started cold calling.
Yeah.
Oh, I love
beautiful.
Less gray in the beard, more hair on the head.
Yeah.
I was expecting a photo, not whatever the hell this is.
Now,
It's like Ashton Kutcher on That 70s Show, but in a bad wig.
Yeah, it works. It sometimes works. It's a little too hot though for wearing that.
I'm getting PTSD from when I used to date drag queens.
Oh man. Oh, it's a good time.
Drag queens are amazing. It's just it was the dating the particular ones that I dated was the problem.
Drag queens are oppressive as heck, man. Some incredible people.
It is
the
a
way they can dress
contact
up.
sport. It is. Having seen the behind the scenes of it for too many years as a drag husband, it's a contact sport. It is a lot of work and expensive.
Expensive to hold everything down. Pretty crazy. Mark, what are you going to be calling on? What have you been up to? What are you ripping some dials on?
Did you ask me like when I made my first cold call?
Yeah. How long has it been? Like,
well, how long have phones been around?
What did phones look like when you made your first phone call?
The rotary?
No, I broke a few phones back in the day when we had desk phone, plastic desk phone, and then you'd be sitting there all day like this, and then somebody got the bright idea to get a handle thing that
oh my god, I remember those.
You mean they didn't have headsets back then?
No, you had to pick up the receiver, and you used to keep it like this so you could dial and type and do all those kinds of not type right actually because we didn't have computers yet.
I always wanted a job like the girls in Devil Wears Prada, so I could just do that and be a complete asshole to everyone as they walk by. That's all I wanted to do for a living as a child.
I mean, it was crazy back then. I mean, I broke a couple of phones because that back then I used to get emotional about getting hung up on, and I said, "You're gonna hang up on me, man!" Slam the phone down and it smash. Plastic pieces go flying at my boss sitting in front of me.
Oh my god! See, I couldn't do that because I was using my phone when I used to do cold calling. So I guess
you don't want to throw your phone.
No, these were like my telephones on the desk, with multiple lines. But now, it's obviously not like that. You can't throw anything. If you're going to throw something, it's going to break.
It's your full monitor. It's your full,
pick up your computer and throw it out.
Remember when companies used to provide phones? Remember that?
Yeah. You'd walk up to your desk, you had your whole cool little setup, this little VoIP kind of bridge phone. It was it was crazy.
Well, I've never had that.
Speaking of VoIP, we've got a client that I'm calling on today for who sells VoIP, but it's a little different. It's not like to the end user, like to the office or corporate office where they're going to plug in a bunch of users. It's to the dealers, the print copy shop dealers who are going to add voice as a service to their repertoire. So we're kind of selling a business, call it wholesale. It's more of a wholesale sale. So pretty cool stuff. And it's all about money, making money. So I love talking to these owners about what are they doing to make more money these days, to provide more products and services to their customer, and it just resonates. So if you could find, like you said earlier about where you're niching down, like when you're in that conversation, you got to plant your flag somewhere. Like what is it that's going to resonate with that particular prospect? Like is it coaching? Is it RevOps? Is it process? Is it my guys just suck on the phone, or they can't write emails? So what you learn in the first 15 seconds, 30 seconds, 45 seconds is going to steer the rest of the conversation. And I'm finding it's very similar to this, because right now is that they either have it or they don't. If they don't, it's good. If they have it, it's more of like a rip and replace, like traditional software,
right?
Which is sometimes a heavier lift, but when they don't have it, it's more of a business proposition for them. Do you want to build how are you growing your business today? So it's a lot of fun. Hopefully I can get some folks on the phone and you can hear some of it. So
there you go. We're going to take a quick minute while you guys are dialing, having some calls. We're going to do our first giveaway slot, Marin. So I'm going to pull up StreamYard. I'm going to do the raffle. And then we'll do the first two here. Do we have them in the back? Do we have them bundled, or do you want to go over the first bundle?
I've got them bundled. Yeah, for the first bundle, we're going to be doing the Ryan Walker Scott Lease 1 GTM United membership, 1 30-minute coaching session from Jack Knight, who is our lovely Call Blitz guy. We have a Trellis 1 6-month team plan, a free business license to Aware, and the Untethered course, also from Ryan Walker and Scott Lease.
Dope. What
our
a
giveaway number 1.
How do you
All
do
right,
that?
and I am going
How do you win that?
So put it in the comments real quick. I'll give everybody a quick minute. Hashtag prizes. So hashtag prizes, drop it in the comments, and we'll get everybody in here in the last few seconds. Make sure those come through, and then we will.
Yeah, no, I'm not looking to recruit. As I mentioned, I've been talking to BDRs lately, and we've been helping them leverage LinkedIn to book more meetings and hit their quota. So that's what I was interested in on your side. Hey, Jack, does that mean that you're consistently hitting quota? And we lost him.
Ooh. Somebody felt attacked. I'm kidding.
How do you feel with that opener, Alejandro? How are you feeling with that opener, Alejandro? Does it feel nicer?
Sorry, I just activated the sound on this side. What was that, Tom?
How did you feel with that opener? How are you feeling? I loved how you went into that. And then I kind of liked the challenge call out of like, okay, if you're all set, then does that mean you're hitting quota?
It was a bit pushy, but at this time I've got nothing to lose. I don't think I activated the volume at the beginning, but I used the opener you advised. I said, hey, only have a minute. I've been talking with BDRs lately. They've mentioned, I don't know if you guys heard that, but hey, it got me to ask my question, and apparently he's all set. He's hitting his quota. So he just hung up on me.
No. He's all set, and he's afraid to admit that he's not hitting his quota. That's what's really happening.
I was a bit pushy. I could have said something like, "Oh, that's great. Hey, how are you consistently hitting your quota then?"
Yep.
You know,
I love that salespeople lead with the positive. Like that's what I love about the difference between marketers and salespeople. Y'all are like, let me make you feel good, and I remember like, let me tell you how bad you are at your job. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like I love the difference.
Yeah, we don't have the right to call their babies ugly. We don't.
Well, Evan,
we don't have the right to call.
If I ran for president, my platform would be solely based on normalizing calling children ugly. Like it totally would be.
Well, the thing is there's like you hit the nail on the head, Evan. I mean, you can call the baby ugly. It's just how do you call it ugly? It's like you'll call it out straight, and then maybe other people dance around. But there's actually a middle ground.
Oh no, there's a nuance to it. Yeah.
There's definitely a middle ground where you could be like, and like for example, with our product line, right? I say to them, "Oh well, can you bundle it? Can you package and price it with all your other products?" Oh no,
Yeah.
Okay. Can you price it any way you want? Oh no, okay, great. Do you have access, like multi-tenant access? Can you see all of your clients?
Yeah, that's you leading with the negative. Yeah,
you know what I mean. Like, and you say no. They say no, and now I'm like
then what do you have?
Would you like to? Would you like to? You know, like would that be a better baby for you? Would a prettier baby for you? You know?
Yeah, no, I like that. Was it Tom has seen me at SaaStr at some of the networking events afterwards, the bars after, and like everybody will be laughing, but because like Tom knows me as well as Tom does, everybody's laughing, and Tom's like, I think it's funny that they think Evan's joking. He means all these mean things he's saying, but nobody's taking Evan seriously.
Nobody's taking Evan. No. Evan is so methodical in it. Like it's so funny to watch because it just will go right over people's heads, right in their face, and I'm like, you don't understand. He's literally trying to tell you. It's great. I love it.
Oh, my mom was like, don't get into a battle of wits at the psychologically unarmed because that's just abuse.
I mean, like
that's just abuse.
But you know what? I bet Evan, you save a lot of time with a lot of people when you're.
I'm not cold-hearted. I'm just a bullshit detector. That's really what it is. Yeah, I relate to Natasha Lyonne in the movie in the new TV show Poker Face on an extreme level because I can tell when someone's lying or blowing smoke up my ass to put on a show in like 15 minutes. So
15 seconds.
I usually give 15 minutes because I think I'm right 15 seconds in. But the first and only time I'll ever say this, Marin, feel free to clip this moment. Evan is sometimes wrong. So
can you repeat that? I have to record this.
So I usually like to let me.
We're gonna play that on a loop.
Let me just see how deep these people dig their hole. You know? Yeah. So that way, I'm extra right when I am right.
For those of you that want to be entered in the giveaway,
good morning, Dan. I was actually trying to just have a quick minute with you. Are you still the owner of Sweet Burrito? Okay. Are you in the restaurant industry at all anymore these days, or what have you moved on to? Okay. The reason why I asked is I'm actually reaching out from Restaurant 365. We're a software company that helps you lower your food and labor. But since you're in the in between, maybe you could even transition to come work for us. I love our company, and there's tons of opportunities. Maybe check out our website. And remote positions are available. If you want to check it out, if you have any questions, this is my phone number. You can give me a call back. But until then, I do want to wish you the best of luck in the in between chapters for sure. Yeah, you have a great day. Talk to you later. Bye.
I thought I recognized you. I knew you were from Restaurant 365.
Well, that's because it says it on the screen, Mark.
No, it didn't earlier. It didn't.
He doesn't have his reader. He doesn't have his reader.
No, Marin, play back the tape. It's been there this whole time. I'm gonna take it.
Not when I first got on. I got my readers.
All right, I'm gonna pop this up. We're gonna give away our first
actually
one.
playing back the tape for a second.
Yeah, I'm like, here we go.
Oh, I'm gonna cut that in my video tool. I'm definitely capturing that. Aaron, one more time, drop in what's being given away for this one. One more time.
Yep.
So everybody knows.
So I misread. Give me 2 seconds. It's going to be the 1 GTM United membership from Ryan Walker and Scott Leese, 1 30-minute coaching session with Jack Knight, 1 6-month team plan with Trellis, a free business license from Aware, and then a cold calling boot camp membership from Ronan.
Oh, dope. What a prize package. That's cool. Aware's giving you a license, like we've talked about them. GTM United, all that good stuff. So, what's Aware? I will show you an ad shortly.
I am unaware.
I'm unaware. I will show you here in just a second. All right. So,
and then when you want to buy it, you can use my affiliate link, Mark.
No, you can't. Get out of here, Evan.
I'll be happy to.
Assuming he doesn't win it for free.
Oh my God! He wins it and he wins it. Oh, Mark with the win.
I have never been more disappointed in somebody winning something in my life.
Is it considered cheating if you put the hashtag twice?
It only takes it once, so it doesn't matter. It only doesn't matter how many times you put it in. You just have to do it once, and it'll.
Well, what about per platform?
Oh, damn, Evan.
Could he have entered again on LinkedIn?
Maybe.
I think it does count. I think it does count YouTube and LinkedIn as separate because they're separate accounts.
They're channels, right, Mary?
Yeah, because I've used StreamYard. I don't think it can tell that it's marked twice on different platforms. On the same platform, I believe you though.
So when I logged into StreamYard, it made me like use my YouTube link. So
that was if you wanted to join the chat, which I have not clicked because I don't like it being social, which I know is
why is that? Why is the chat only YouTube?
Because LinkedIn doesn't allow third-party comments.
LinkedIn's API, yeah. Microsoft owns LinkedIn, which means they're not polite.
Marin, we'll do the second one because we have 2 bundles per giveaway.
Yeah.
So what is the second one?
The second one is the very coveted Headset Advisor headset.
Ooh,
we have we have another untethered course from Ryan Walker and Scott Leese. We have another Trellis 1 6-month team plan, another Aware free business license, and then 1 pro Call Blitz license from Jack Knight.
Oh,
can I just say, I love how Marin has become the Vanna White of like sales tech. It is Matt. It's like this is great. I love this for you. I really do.
You're rolling.
I just love a lot of companies. Okay.
Don't make fun of our,
she's getting hired out. She's getting like hired out by other people to run their shows and stuff. It's a business.
Marin has got a career trajectory before her that I don't think she realizes how good it's going to be.
Fantastic. All right, here we go. We will see who wins the next one. Mark hopefully doesn't win again.
No,
but we will see.
My name's not even coming up.
I will have Mark canceled on LinkedIn.
Oh, hey!
Yay, Michelle!
Oh my gosh, yay!
But another person not using my affiliate link. I'm so offended.
I know.
I don't think Michelle has a headset yet either.
She does not. She's gonna freak out. Yes, and 2 M's, Mark and Michelle. So if you have an M name, make sure you're getting these prizes.
Good morning. Can I speak to Adrian, please?
Oh, we got another cold call.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, Adrian, my name is Ricky. I was curious. You still are the owner of the Wawa Lemonade, correct, on Scottsdale?
Not the Wawa.
Okay, well, or which location do you operate? Oh, California. Okay, yeah. Real quick, my name is Ricky. I'm reaching out from Restaurant 365. We're a software company that helps you lower on your food and labor. I know it's a bit out of the blue, but I was hoping I can maybe get 15 minutes on your calendar, maybe this afternoon or tomorrow, just to show you how we help you guys streamline stuff and make life easier. I was in restaurants for over 15 years. Do you have any time this afternoon for like 15 minutes? Oh yeah, it's like some stuff's mandated. Like I know your POS is mandated. This is on the stuff that's not mandated by corporate. I've talked to someone else, and I'm allowed to talk to you, the individual franchisee owners, because for example, like accounting is something that they're probably not going to mandate, and a lot of people use QuickBooks, which 70% of our client base have used QuickBooks in some capacity, but we have found that when you go to something restaurant specific, it makes life a whole lot easier, less manual data entry, and you get more accurate P&L statements. I was curious, do you even get a P&L statement like a month after, or what does that look like for you? Okay, cool. Well, I think just based on that alone, just the fact that you have bookkeeper and might have different systems, it might be beneficial just to have 15 minutes with me and my other colleague, just to kind of see if there might be some wiggle room where we could help you out. And again, this first conversation is more just like a high level overview. Okay, and your Pacific Standard Time? Is your best email address the Adrian, ADRIENN.Chang @gmail.com? Okay, cool. And then I got you on, this is your mobile number, the 916-715-2121? Okay, perfect. So just give me a second. Right after I get off the phone with you, I'll send you the meeting invite, and I'll see you today at 4. All right, looking forward to chatting. Talk to you later. Bye now.
Yeah, see, Tom, that's called booking a meeting.
Wow. Really? We're going there? All right. Okay.
Yes.
Nice,
man.
Well
Nice,
done.
Ricky.
Very
I'm so
nice.
stoked because it's like, man, I wanted to like score a point for you guys while I was on the show today. But super stoked about that lady. Just to let you know, I've called her probably like 12 times, and I finally got her on the connection. So persistence pays off, and we got.
I have blocked 3 numbers during this 2 hours and 23 minutes, so that's impressive. I wish that was a
Very
joke.
nice.
I really do.
All right, I'm going to add you to the leaderboard. I will let you guys know another headset is up for grabs for those who booked the most meetings today. So we have one more on reserve. So I don't count. So Ricky, you are in the lead to win your own headset from Headset Advisor.
Do the leads that I've generated via inbound and social selling during the last 2 hours and 23 minutes count?
I mean, I'm down for it. Have you booked?
Marin's like,
have you booked some stuff?
Cold calls are bust, Evan.
All right, fine.
No, it would be very unfair.
There you go.
I would win though. I'm at 19, but it would be very unfair.
Everybody, welcome Michael Ashman to the floor. What's up, Michael? How are you?
I'm doing well. How's everybody doing?
Good. Why don't you introduce yourself a little bit? Tell us what you're calling on. Give a little value prop plug to Luminary Cloud, and yeah, the floor is yours.
Sure thing. Hey, everybody. My name is Michael Ashman. I'm a BDR at Luminary Cloud. So I'm going to be calling into heads of engineers at various companies regarding a certain product called computational fluid dynamics. It's a form of simulation known as CFD. Pretty much what it does is it's the background that creates any sort of product when you don't want to leverage physical testing. The issue with it and what Luminary solves for is a lot of these codes were written back in the early 2000s, and therefore they have a central computing known as CPU. What Luminary Cloud has done is recoded that into GPU, graphics cards. So the result is that these same simulations that used to take days, weeks, months, or years can be done in minutes and seconds. It's a huge way to reduce the amount of time that design cycles take, and helps engineering teams be able to design better products in a shorter period of time. It's rocket science.
I'm so glad that you dumbed it down for me, because my face at the beginning was like, okay, I understood about 3 words. Like I knew all the words meant, but when you put them into a sentence, that's when it started to break down for me. But the explanation, that cleared it up for me. I'm not your ICP, so there's my justification.
we were talking about that earlier, Mike, and maybe you could shed some light because Michelle Craig, when she was on, we were kind of debunking myths and stuff. And IT cybersecurity tends to be a little bit more challenging of a market when it comes to cold calls. What's your perception of that myth? Do you find that cold calling in your industry is good with engineers, or what's your take there?
I actually love the ICP. Engineers are really responsive to cold calls, and as soon as you start to explain and at least create relevancy, I think that engineers are people that like to see the toys and play with them. So you get really good interaction and response, especially when you explain to them, hey, this is a problem that everyone's encountering, and a solution like this didn't exist before Luminary Cloud. So there's a lot of excitement, there's a lot of response, and I think it resonates really well with my ICP. As far as understanding how to explain the product, there is a bit of a ramp time. My background is mechanical engineering before I got into tech. So for me personally, I was able to understand where this product was coming from pretty quickly.
You got me and Marin over here in the chat, and was like, I think I know what CPU means. I'm like,
well, yeah, I mean, so the general gist when you really think about it is, so all of these CPU clusters, it's hardware. And for a long time now, you see graphics cards in video gaming, and they're able to create amazing things in seconds. And the real reason why this jumped in to happen is just the amount of legwork it takes to convert all of these codes to.
Oh yeah, good morning. I was actually trying to get a hold of, is there Sherry or Lance available for a quick minute?
Yeah.
Ricky's on a tear.
Okay, well, I was curious, are you the manager at this location? Okay, well, maybe you could help me still. I'll follow up with them a little bit later, but the reason why I ask is I'm talking to all the different WoW franchisee lemonades, just kind of reviewing some of the store operations. And I was just curious, are you guys using like the Square or Clover POS at your location, or do you know what you're using? Okay, yeah, that's one of our preferred partners. And then the other WoWs that I talk to, they're actually not really tracking their inventory, or maybe they're counting maybe once a week or something like that. Do you guys track inventory at your store? And is that like you're doing that on a clipboard with paper, right? You're like checking it off and manually counting that? Okay, cool. Yeah, and that's why we're trying to help you guys jump into the 21st century, because it'd be so much easier to do it on your smartphone, right? And then, yeah, what I'll do is I'll follow up with Sherry or Lance a little bit later. Do you know when they might be back at the store next? Or do you have a better number for them? Okay, not a problem. Oh, I appreciate your time. What was your name again, miss? Madison, thank you so much. I hope you make some great lemonade today, and I'll follow up with you guys a little bit later. All right, you too. Bye.
I hope you make some great lemonade. That's so cool.
So no meeting, but I was able to get some of that tech stack stuff. That was good.
Mark, unmute yourself. Mark's on a roll. Come on, Mark. Oh, we're missing Mark.
Oh no.
Can't unmute him. He muted himself.
We got to teach him the rules. We got to teach him the rules.
I think he was trying to talk over Ricky. I think it's because they both had calls at the same time. Yeah.
Gotcha. How you doing, Alejandro? Any more connects?
No, I've put the volume on every time I've connected.
So I wanted to ask about Surf as someone who's a nerd for social selling. This is not an attack, I promise. Marin, don't make it one. Why are you cold calling about a social selling software? Genuinely asking. Yeah.
Well, I mean, we're not against using all the channels that you can use to book meetings, right? Obviously, we're more intense on social
Shut up,
selling.
Tom.
No, obviously, we mainly use social selling, but that doesn't mean that I can't pick the phone like 3 hours per week, book a couple more meetings. Usually, teams cold call the whole time, and then LinkedIn brings a bit more. We do the opposite.
Got it. Okay, because I used to be a social selling only BDR, but then we had another BDR that we played our aces. Like he was really, really good at cold calling and emailing. So whoever didn't pick up on me, he went after them, and vice versa. We just kind of like these people try to email and calling, we're doing it. So Evan, you try, and vice versa. We just traded it. But I can see you're just doing the same thing, just yourself. So that sounds cool.
And to be fair, I think I'd miss the phone if I stopped calling completely. So yeah, I still do it here and there. But yeah, it's the opposite as what most teams do. We do 90% social selling and obviously a bit of email, a bit of cold call.
Yeah. I like that. Okay, yeah. I got to take a look at Surf. I'm always trying to stay ahead of the social selling tech game. So,
and if you want, I can give you a demo. We can skip right that discovery call.
You can DM me. You can DM me. It's for my clients, not for me. Before somebody gets angry. Okay.
No, Surf is very, very cool, Evan. I think you would absolutely love it. It takes your CR. You would have loved it as when you were doing your social selling. Like,
oh yeah, by the way, can I just say how angry I am about the social selling stuff? Because when I started back in my day, when I used to do social selling, our tech stack was a red solo cup, shoestring. Here's some THC edibles and a prayer. You know, like that was our tech stack. Now it's like we've got Aware, Shield, Trender, Surf. You have all these authored up. We have all these different extensions that are helpful for social selling, and I'm like, where was
you're not
this?
using a CRM, right?
So I'll give a quick rundown, Alejandro, because it seems that people do want to know. So Evan, I'm on your profile right now. Everybody go follow him. I won't critique it right now. It's kind of lame, but it is what it is.
I wrote pretty much all of yours, man.
That even explains even more. But you see here, when I'm going through your profile, right here in the middle, before you get to highlights and featured, my CRM and HubSpot comes over and shows me you are in here.
Can you change the email address for reasons?
Hey, Alexi, this is Michael Ashman.
Yeah, I can edit it, but you can see it'll just pull everything up on here for you.
Yeah, my name is Michael Ashman. I'm calling with Luminary Cloud. I noticed that you're
we got
connected
cold
with
calls.
Two of my coworkers, Ian Lockley and Molly Cohen. Yeah, no problem at all. Would it be easier if I sent you an email? Yes. Okay. Is the best email still the G?
Wow. Normalize telling prospects who don't have manners.
Have you talked to that guy before?
Have I?
Yeah.
No, but I'm guessing, if he's connected to one of our SEs and one of our AEs, that there's been a conversation in the past, and it looks like there was, probably just short on time. So in this situation, super easy, following up with an email. Hey, noticed you had a former conversation. Want to revisit that and go from there.
Yeah.
He had also had a really strong background in CFD, so if he had stayed on, probably would have circled in on some of the projects that he worked on, giving him his flowers.
I was just curious, actually. I wanted to.
Well, and he didn't activate his microphone again.
Wait, what? Oh,
Mark.
Oh, he's muted or something.
Yeah, someone can ping him. But what were you guys supposed to say, Alejandro?
No, I just mentioned that Mark still looks to be talking to someone, but we can't hear him.
Oh yeah, no, that's just
I'm gonna
Mark.
unmute him. I'm gonna unmute him. Bam.
Can you?
And he's talking with his wife or something. Can you imagine?
Yeah,
he won't let me.
He muted himself.
That's awesome,
yeah.
man.
Tell
me something. Are you guys strictly? I was trying to get to the website. I guess the new is there a new website address or? Oh, it's RE Online. Okay, cool. Are you still Senior Director Print Solutions? That was the title I saw on LinkedIn. Okay. I'm not sure if you're potentially the right person or not, but I had a question I don't know if this is maybe some talk internally or not, but I'm working with some very similar companies in the print and copy space that have recently looked into getting into phone services, adding phone services to their mix. Is that something that you guys discussed internally at all? I see. So I guess what I'm hearing. Right. So I guess what I'm hearing is that you probably haven't been getting asked for it that much. So I got you. Yeah. No, I mean, it's good to have, obviously be thinking about different ways that you could sell your existing customer base or different products and services you could consider. What other areas have you guys considered, like maybe EV or water filtration? I know is another area people are looking at. I got you. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, is it your family, Jim? I'm sorry, I didn't. Oh, okay. I got you. Well, let me ask you this though: when you looked at, let's say, voice, for example, what was the kind of aversion? Like, why did you guys not get into it? Mm-hmm. Sure. Yeah. Well, definitely. Oh yeah, man. It's all about your network these days, right? It's who you know. You can always pass it on to something. Well, let me ask you this though, Jim. I mean, maybe this is not a decision that you would make, but I just was hoping for your opinion here. If you guys could actually find, let's say, for example, a voice solution that you could implement that's relatively easy to implement in terms of training your salespeople on maybe a few pieces of jargon that they could use in order to roll it out to the customer. Your tech team, your service team is trained on a platform that makes it easy to manage and provision all of the phones. Let me ask you a question. With respect to copiers and printers, do you guys sell copiers and then install them at all? Okay, so you're already touching the LAN, right? And essentially a phone service is just that. It's just sticking the phone on the desk and plugging it in.
There are phones that plug in.
Okay. It's very hard to learn for a lucrative potential opportunity, maybe. Let me ask you this. If you had all those things that I mentioned, plus it was easy to train up somebody to know how to do that, since you're already going out to the client, you know, and the team there, the owner, all you guys be looking at something like, you know, I don't know if you know how it's priced out. It's priced out per seat. Right? You can make the average seat price is usually about $28, $30. Our seat cost to you $6. So you can make almost $20 per seat. And if you think about your clients and the amount of users they have, it could be a potentially very lucrative opportunity. You think the guys over there, yourself included, might want to take another quick look at it? Okay. Well, hey, listen,
Oh, Lauren's here. Hi, Lauren. Love her.
What's up, Lauren?
Yeah. Maybe I'll hit him up, I guess, to see what he says. Is that, I had Brad's name, but I don't think Brad is the guy, right? Who's the guy? You got to go. All right. Have a good one, man. Wow.
I thought you almost had him.
Mark. We almost had him, man.
You dropped the ball, Mark. What the heck? Oh, now he mutes himself
he's
again.
muted. Now he mutes.
I couldn't hear you.
Oh, yeah, no. We were just saying how terrible you are at your job and how you should really consider a new line of work.
Yeah, I was thinking about it. Honestly.
I'm kidding. No, that was good. That was good. That was really good.
Sideways. That was so sideways. They were like, what? They had to go out of nowhere, Mark?
We were so excited for you. And then you were like, oh, you got to go.
Well, I kind of did an Evan. I said, well, you're probably not the right guy. Can I talk to the boss, please? Because he kept saying,
no. That's not doing an Evan. An Evan is, oh, so you're probably not qualified.
Yeah.
I didn't say you were bad at your job. I just said you weren't qualified.
He said, you guys can't hear the other side, I guess. So he said,
no, we can't.
He just said the owners had friends that are in that business that they tried to use in the past and it really didn't sell. It didn't work out. They usually do a referral. They just say, oh, you need phones? Okay, yeah, go to my friend over here. And that's when I was saying, like, oh, your network is your net worth, and so,
so
not a bad
new network then. Yeah.
Right on. It was hard to hear a couple of the calls I was making when you guys talking. I wasn't sure if they were picking up because, like, in between, like,
so we're the problem. Okay.
But then I got one. I was like, oh, let me flip it.
There's this red button that says "Leave Studio" at the bottom of the screen, Mark.
So you go ahead and click that. Tom and I are going to run a really cool ad really quick for
Tom
and then we're
actually,
going to run into chatting with my dear friend Melissa about her video prospecting course and
Ooh.
all things video, and how she kind of got into that. So without further ado, we can run that ad and then we'll get into a discussion.
Ooh, time to get
Sounds
another
good.
shot.
Yes, everybody get drinks, get going. Alejandro, I'm going to play the surf ad real quick. And then as Marin said, I'll give the floor to Marin to introduce her lovely friend Melissa around all things video prospecting. So without further ado, here is surf.
Hi guys, I'm David. The ones who haven't seen me at the Phonathon yet, I'm the co-founder and CEO of Surf.com, a sales productivity tool that connects your CRM with LinkedIn in just 60 seconds. I want to deep dive now on one of our best performing features, which is around the messaging on LinkedIn. So first of all, we're a Google Chrome plugin, really easy to install and connect. And what we do is we basically bring your CRM inside LinkedIn. So this is a snapshot of your CRM. And this is our tool. You can customize this view totally. So meaning you can only showcase the fields you want. You can edit everything from here. Everything is synced. And you don't technically need to leave LinkedIn again to update CRM data. We even enrich data. So find email and phone numbers by having a lot of different enrichment providers connected. Have an email cascading effect where we use best of breed, Apollo, Zoom Info, Drop Contact, and many more in the background. But let me show you now the messaging feature. So in this case, I want to do outreach to Steve. I can use one of our handy templates. So let's use one of my icebreaker templates, which takes first name, last name, company name, many more placeholders. You can even put in your calendar link here, and it helps me to write faster messages. I can send then this message to him, of course. And I have the possibility to sync this chat with him in one click. You can also automate that, so every message you write is automatically synced. Let's go now into HubSpot, and you see I have all my LinkedIn messages synced with Steve in this case, plus also created a contact record in one click from LinkedIn, which I showcased in the video before. Now you want to know if your messages actually get replies. So herefore we have in our dashboard the analytics section, and finally we unlocked also analytics for LinkedIn, because before it was only possible for emails. You see now who's your best performing reps in terms of messaging. You can share these templates even in the rest of your team, and everyone hits the same reply rates. You can even see which industry reply the most to your messages and see where you're active on the world map. Many more features are coming. If you have requests to this section, let me know. Hope you like it. 14 days trial. Check it out on surf.com. Thanks a lot and enjoy the rest of the Phonathon. Bye-bye.
Boom. That's surf, everybody. So check them out.
Quick question. So if it's a prospect, like, is it still can you still message people if you're not connected on LinkedIn, or they have to be in your CRM for them to take advantage of it, right?
They don't have to be in the CRM. So if you can send a message on LinkedIn because they've accepted you, you can just send that message. And then if you wanted them in your CRM, you just click on that add to CRM button and it's done. So it's really, if you use CRM and LinkedIn, it's pretty much a no-brainer because it turns 5-minute tasks into 3-second tasks.
Well, this is my thorn right here, is doing all the admin stuff.
Ricky,
but then
check
also,
it out.
like with Zoom Info and stuff, it's great. You get the cell phone numbers, but then I have this thing when I'm putting it into my CRM, it never pulls all the information. Like, how good is Surf? Does it really pull all the cell phone numbers and everything?
Okay, I can vouch here. I'm new. Hi, it's Ashley.
Oh, you're gonna love Ashley. She's chaotic more than me.
Tom introduced me to Surf this week. I've been using it every day. It does exactly what it says in LinkedIn. I am such a massive fan. I've already recommended it to 5
Oh my God. She's the only one that can handle you, Evan. That's the problem.
That's true too. Ashley is my
You're real.
Oh my God.
That's what's up.
Well, I came prepared.
She came prepared.
All
right, Marin.
All right, guys.
Marin's
Like
gonna kick it off
I
now.
said, I'm very excited to introduce you guys to Melissa. She has been on pretty much every podcast that you could be on, chatting about video prospecting and her whole process going through that. She came from a video background, and yeah, I'm very excited to chat with you.
Yeah.
And
Melissa,
she
you're
also
amazing.
donated her brand new video prospecting course, which is available. I'll drop the link to that into the LinkedIn chat for you guys if you're interested in checking it out. But yeah, do you want to tell us a little bit about it?
Yeah. Well, we're gonna do this in like a super speed round just because I have a client calling me up about our MSA negotiations. So I got to make sure that I tend to that shortly. But some background: video prospecting course is something that I put together myself. I worked really hard on it, but it was how do I get everything that has been really successful for me, my previous experience as a on-air news reporter and a elementary school teacher, because that's really how I, started this whole thing. And how do I get it to really help more people, because video prospecting can be really frustrated in the beginning. But if you have a nice little outline, it can really at least ease it and make it less of a stressful form of outreach and a very high converting form of outreach.
Sweet. Well, you were incredible. We dropped the chat. Gumroad, always a great tool to build on. I love the landing page. Video prospecting is tough, right? What do you say to people that deal with the scalability issue? What is like your kind of value prop there, or when talking to reps when they say it's just too hard and too much time? What's kind of your go-to there?
Yeah, I don't think, and this is my opinion, so everyone might have a different opinion, all of that. But my opinion is that video is not intended for every prospect. I think that it's very targeted, very strategic. So when I'm making a video for someone, it's because I saw either different buying cues or maybe a higher level of engagement, or they are truly just the most perfect person and I have a strong channel that I know I can reach them at. That's when I make a video. So it's really when people think that, oh, it takes so much time, because they're putting a lot of time up front into it. And if it's not converting and you're not giving yourself the best chances of that to get a yes or to progress your deals or anything like that, then it is a waste of time. So I tell people, be strategic with your time. Be thoughtful about who you're going to send this email or this video to. Know the channel of choice that prospect lives on. If it's not LinkedIn, or maybe it's email, or maybe it's Twitter, whatever it may be. So identify that and give yourself the best chance of this converting quickly. So that's what I tell people. Don't spray and pray. It's strategic outreach.
Speaking my language, I always preach about account prioritization, buyer persona, prioritization, right? Your named accounts, your tier 1 buckets, go into video prospecting, right? Insert it in like the 4th or 5th email, hit them up on LinkedIn, and then, your tier 3s and 4s, your lower stuff, you don't need to be recording that stuff. And there's so many new tools, right? Outside of your course. I know you're unaffiliated, but I recently tapped into SendSpark. And what they do is you can pre-record your intro and your outro, and then your middle is what you just have to customize. And it's been changing the game for me, but then you've got Vineyard, Loom, some of the others. But I say prioritize, right? It doesn't need to be to everybody. I like it further in the process, right? Demos, closing, a proposal, right? I've changed AE's lives when they chase proposals. They don't get that second call to go over it. I'm like, then throw a video together. Talk about the things that people tend to not comprehend in the contract or where they have a struggle, and just throw it in a video. Hey, Melissa, I just wanted to cover the proposal with you. Go through a couple of highlights here. Let me know what your thoughts are. And then depending on the tool, you can have call to actions put in there and do different things. But it changes the game, right? You'll get 2 or 3 contracts kind of closed up because they're just stuck. They're like, I don't know what to do, or they have questions.
Oh, absolutely. I tell everyone to do this. I always do this. I always send my proposals with the video. I put it in the beginning, so that way it's embedded into the PDF that they can now click and go to. But also, there's a certain area with pricing too. I'll embed that video one more time, where probably this is where they might get a little tripped up. But when I'm reviewing my proposals as well, it's still not a 10-minute long video.
No.
Still Keep it, shoot, like 3 minutes is still long.
Still
At least
long,
for
yeah.
a proposal on that side, you might have a little bit more talking. General cold outreach needs to be under 90 seconds. If it's a proposal, you can get away with 3 minutes, but I think very often people go into creating videos without a set script, without maybe they'll write down like their goal of it, but really you want to deliver the information very strategically, high level, and really make sure that you're painting the smartest picture that you can for the prospect, that they're able to learn from what it is that you're presenting to them. I think the biggest thing, and something that I very much advocate for, is since I was a teacher, I very much studied the different learning styles and how I can really teach all of my different students in a different medium in different ways. And video, I mean, how many of us are visual learners?
Yeah.
So many of us really learn from watching something. And when you pair it with some, what we call a news B-roll, which is the background visuals of, hey, I read this article, here's the article. Hey, I saw on this podcast, here's the podcast. Hey, I experienced this on your website, here's the website. Like, putting all that together to paint this narrative of a visual story really compels people, and they learn a lot more, they retain the information more, they remember you more, and it just strengthens all of your opportunities. So video is the future. I know I just showed up, and I know I'm going to jump off right now. I'm so sorry. I just got to get this contract across the finish line.
No, you're good.
Go make that
You were
money.
good.
And
Come back.
Melissa's working for
Go.
Guild right now. They're
Go.
fantastic.
Yep.
Go check them
You're
out.
good.
Yes,
Thank
if I
you
can come back
so much.
later, I'll message you to see if you
Yeah.
guys are still
Yeah,
on.
we'll just be in the
Yeah.
same. We'll be in the same,
Same
link,
link.
if you want to come
So
hang
come
out.
back.
Okay,
Yep.
I'll be back.
Yep.
All right, bye guys.
Bye.
Yeah, Ashley, I know you're muted, but feel free to ask or
Unmute
give your
yourself.
thoughts. There you go. Tech
I
issues
know.
today.
Technology is fun. I was just going to say, one of the places I think people aren't using video and they should be is when someone ghosts you.
Oh, 100%.
I don't mean
100%.
ghost like someone never engaged with you ghosted. That's different. That's not ghosting.
Yeah.
Like, that's a big thing for me. I am getting so sick of people like, oh, I'm so sick of prospects ghosting me. I'm like, did you ever talk to them? Then they didn't ghost you. They never
didn't
saw
ghost you.
You
No,
don't
but
exist.
when you can give them a face, it definitely makes a difference, especially if they've never seen you, right? You didn't have that call, but maybe they did engage in the email back and forth with you. Throwing together a 45-second quick, hey, Ash, it's Tom. Just wanted to reconvene on that call that we were going to have specifically around XYZ. When do you think we could jump on a call? And then give them your link, right? There's ways to do that, to drive that. I think that's
Also,
a
a
great
big
way.
game changer for me in video prospecting was downloading a teleprompter.
Yeah.
You don't
yeah.
have to be. You don't have to have a news background like Melissa has to
Yeah.
be
You
able
don't,
to
but-
read off of a script for a teleprompter. But even
I'll
in my
say this.
cold calls,
Yeah.
like maybe I'll have a script pulled up for the general outline, but if I'm reading off a script, it sounds like
This
I'm
is
reading off
Tom
a
and
script.
I.
But for a
This is
video,
my prompter right here. I've
it is
got
a
one.
game changer.
I put my phone
Yes.
right here, and then I slide it right here, and then it comes up
Mhm.
on the screen, right? And then I put my camera in front of that, and I can look as if I'm talking right at you, but I have it. Now some of the video or the Loom video tools have a teleprompter option, and you can put your script in it, and then it'll read as you're recording.
You got an old school. You got an old school one there. Then that's like
bro.
Johnny Carson style.
Yeah, the phone, I can put the phone. Oh yeah, this is my baby.
That's dope. I didn't know that.
But you don't need fancy tools though. Like, seriously, sticky note.
Yeah,
No, this is what I use for most of my stuff. I put my big talking points. It goes right underneath the camera.
Minimize
Can't tell the
it,
difference.
like
You're
make
smart.
a
See,
tiny little
Ashley?
Google Doc
Yeah.
and put it right underneath your camera and just scroll down as you're
Y'all are so
recording.
I got like 9 post-it notes.
I was curious.
No,
Is
I'm
there a
color coded. You don't even
is there
know.
a
I think I
sweet
have 6
spot on
colors
how
of
long your
post-its
video
all over
should
my
be?
desk.
Ricky, so best practice when prospecting, this is just thoughts, opinions, practice. You don't want to go more than 90 seconds. If you're doing a cold prospecting video, like Melissa said, your sweet spot is 30 seconds to 45. But if you have to push, 90 seconds is about as far as you can kind of go before they'll zone out. If it's a proposal or something deeper, like 3 minutes max. But right around 30 seconds to 90 seconds is your sweet spot to just real quick jump on. I do screen share. So like Melissa said, the visual What changed for me is I tried to do the camera, the face-to-face, and I thought it was so corny and awkward and like talking that I started doing screen share. My picture or my face is down at the bottom, and then I'm pulling up their LinkedIn, I'm pulling up their website, whatever my trigger was, that's like, hey, did you see this? Like you could go on their website if there's anything in restaurant world that you could indicate that you could show is broken or that led you to call them, throw that up on the screen, right? And walk them through it. Hey, Marin, I was just looking at your website and I see you don't have a to-go order form listed there. Is that something you've expressed? You can see here, and then you drop to a client that has it and say, you see here on, Grubhub, how they're able to make this interaction. They see about a 20% increase in orders. Would love to talk to you about this. Let me know when you have some time. And you're in and out in like 45, 60 seconds showing that, and then you send the video off. So I do screen share. I always try, and I always start on their LinkedIn because when they see the thumbnail, they get intrigued. If I sent a video to Ashley and she sees her profile as the gift or the thumbnail, the thought is, why are you on my profile, right? What are you doing on my LinkedIn? So they'll open it, and then I go into, hey, Ash, I see you're the COO and the interim strategic advisor with SD Lab. I was reaching out because when I went to the website, and I go to the website and da-da-da.
I like that you knew that I'd be creeped out first.
Huh?
I like that you knew that my initial reaction would be just a little
bit.
As like I was wondering, do you track how many people block you right after you send in that profile video versus the open? Do you track your open rate kind of like an email, like click rate? You can tell people open your video.
The video tool will tell you, when they open and view it, how long they viewed it, when did they fall off. So again, if your times are getting too long, you'll see when people fall off. So you're like, shoot, they're not going past 45 seconds. The hard part, and anybody in the comments will tell you, everybody here, it is hard to get them to open, right? Especially in email. Email, you have spam filters. That's why I do a lot of my video prospecting on LinkedIn because there's no spam filters. Mm-hmm. And then I still send it via email, but I make sure they get it on LinkedIn so they can potentially do it. And then what my opener is, hey, Marin, recorded a quick video looking at your website. Would you be opposed to listening to what I have to say? And then I drop the video clip. And that helped me get my rates up.
One of the things that Melissa goes over in her course, too, is that different methods are going to yield higher open rates. So if you can have that video actually embedded, it's going to perform a lot better than it is if you drop the link and they have to click that link and then hit play.
100%.
And the more links reduce deliverability because of spam filters.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. So that's the issue. There's caveats to all this. But yeah, video can be really incredible once you can get strategic with it, understand its nuances. But some best practices, 30 to 90 seconds. Try to get a really nice opener. Always add text to the video. Don't just send the video. Try to give them a reason or a breakdown of what you recorded to get that call to action to get them to open. But everything's tracked. You can look at Vineyard, Loom, SendSpark, Bomb.
Are you saying Vineyard or Vidyard?
He's just saying it wrong. It's Vidyard.
It's my accent.
Okay.
I was like, it has an accent.
There's also
that's my Italian way of saying
Potion, GAN. There's some cool ones that are utilizing AI. I know that there was one that was just doing it will take, if you're looking off to the side of your screen, it will reset your eyes so that you're still making eye contact.
That's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
AI is learn how to be good on camera, and then you won't have that problem.
All right, Evan, calm it down. Calm it down. But for a quick moment, I do
look
want
at the screen. You're supposed to look at the camera.
Yeah, you got to look at your camera. You got to be up, physically looking there.
Oh, Michael just booked a call.
Oh, we're losing Michael. Where's he at? Michael, did you get a call?
Michael, you have to unmute yourself. Oh.
Hey guys.
There we go.
All good.
Did you get one, Michael?
Yeah.
Yeah. There we go.
Good job,
Let's go.
Nice.
Right.
Very cool guy.
I'm going to add you to the leaderboard here. Booked one. You
Mark
and Ricky
like
are
he's in a
tied.
call.
Oh, Mark, where are you at?
He's got himself
muted
muted.
himself.
Oh, damn it. Well, I'm going to take a quick moment to introduce our newest guest, which is Ashley. She popped in with Melissa. So Ashley Early from Over the Pond, counterpart of
across the pond and over the rainbow.
Across the pond, over the rainbow. If you haven't seen the announcement, you don't know what's going on, Ashley Early has actually joined forces with me under the beautiful SD Lab. She has come in to support. We're we're competitors, but now we're like, dude, let's just do it together. Let's go crush some companies.
No, you're still competitors.
We are.
Just now internally.
But
now
now
it's an internal
internally.
leaderboard thing.
Now we just talk shit to each other every morning and rile each other up, and it's all that good stuff. And then we have Evan in there adding his popcorn comments, so it's good.
I don't work at the SD lab.
know.
Y'all couldn't afford me last time we had this conversation.
Wow! Don't
I'm
be throwing
working
out my
on
book
it.
of
Give me
business,
6
all right? Yeah,
I'm
give us
kidding.
6
I'm
months
kidding.
later, all right?
I'm a big fan of the SD lab. Yes. Yeah, listen, I love Scribes.
And right now we can't.
So Ashley, go ahead. Give us a little intro to you, a little bit of background on you, and the floor is yours for a few minutes.
Yeah. So my name is Ashley Early. This
Allegedly.
is Henry, my bratty dog, who decided this is the moment he wants to be on my lap. I recently joined SD Labs as strategic advisor. As I mentioned, I'm call myself a sales cheerleader, coach, and consultant. I do a lot of work with Winning by Design as a trainer as well. I've got almost 15 years of experience now, which is terrifying. In technology and technology sales, primarily in the security and identity space before I went independent in early 2020. Because I'm the genius who decides to found our own company and move from the United States to the Netherlands in the middle of a global pandemic.
And an insurrection.
And it also flew out of DC 48 hours after the insurrection. So 2020 was an interesting year.
I think it was for everybody.
You're like,
Yeah.
You want to know? She goes to her husband and she's like, "You want to know what'll smooth this year over? If I do a live show with the most controversial person to ever have a LinkedIn account." That's a really smart idea.
Yeah, that was I blame that on the isolation of doing a quarantine on top of quarantine.
Yeah.
Because also the way kind of lockdowns ended up working. I swear Michael and I were in lockdown longer than just about any other human on the planet because the US exited lockdown for a bit and Europe didn't, but Europe had a break, which we missed. So we were effectively in lockdown from March of 2020 all the way until about September of 21.
Wow.
So, it was interesting. They were loosening and stuff, but because we both have some health issues, we had to stay a little more aggressively locked down. But so I just blame Evan as a symptom of COVID, basically. He's just
now she's stuck with me.
Yeah, basically. So I was gonna say, we recently launched Across the Pod and Over the Rainbow, which is a weekly-ish or whatever the heck we feel like it show on LinkedIn Live, where we talk about whatever we want to talk about because it's our show and not yours. And if you understand that reference, you are an ally.
And if you don't understand that reference, your parents did not love you.
Wow. All right.
That harsh. That harsh.
All
yes,
right.
it is that harsh.
Take it easy.
This is Evan. We unleashed him. So, but we talk about all
That is
things.
me taking it easy.
I know.
We talk all things.
No.
The point is to be not just another boring revenue show, but to be entertaining, to talk about the real things that happen and what's going on. So we have general topics, but we also just have a lot of chaos.
I think we said the word daddy 3 times in the last episode, actually. So that tells you what kind of B2B show it is.
I remember last episode being the infrastructure episode. And that's about it.
There you go.
Yeah. We
Talked a lot about
eventually hit the topic of the episode.
We did.
I've actually found out
we're
that
excited
other side
you were here.
But between Other Side of Sales and Across the Pond Over the Rainbow, our least successful shows were the ones we were on topic the most.
Really?
So we've leaned into the tangent. Yeah.
We're embracing the chaos. But I think this
you just let
also
it roll.
Yeah, and this honestly, I think this actually relates to sales a lot too, and especially when you're cold calling. You have to roll with whatever is happening on the other side of that phone. There is a kid screaming. You ask if the kid is okay. There are dogs.
You
There's
do?
other stuff going. Yes. No matter what's
We're
coming,
considerate, Evan.
go with
Okay.
it's an opportunity to build trust, build relationships, the best conversations. I mean, I tell people all the time, I got my first ever meeting I booked on the phone when I was a little itty bitty baby SDR in a year that I won't mention. I got the meeting, I swear, because I screwed up the pitch so badly. I asked the prospect if I could start again.
Oh my goodness. I love that.
And the prospect laughed and said, sure.
I've seen that work for people so many times. Like, hey, this is a horrible call.
Yep.
I'm going to let you go. I'm going to give you a call back
Good. I'll try.
tomorrow morning when I'm not stuttering over my
I
words.
haven't lost my mind.
And
I'm not
gonna
bearing
try
my
again.
sword.
And they appreciate that. They appreciate that you understand that it was a bad call.
Yep.
What
If you
what
fall
really
on your
made me
sword and stuff, it helps, right? You fall on your
exactly.
sword, you're like, hey,
I couldn't do it.
or if you see that they're frustrated, like a lot of SDRs ask all the time, well, what if they're not giving me information? What if they're giving me one answers? They're not. Fall on it, lean into it. Hey, Ash, it kind of sounds like you're not really vibing with the conversation, right? And kind of understanding what I was pitching. It's probably me, my bad. I'm gonna let you go, but I'll send you an email with some information. And 9 times out of 10, they actually stop you. And they're like, oh, I'm so sorry. I was in my computer. Go ahead. What is it that you called for? Or they'll be like, oh, no, you're fine.
Where are all these nice prospects that you all get? Because back when I used to cold call, it was just insert slur here is all I received when I called anybody.
Oh, I got plenty of that too. Trust me. I got told once. I think my favorite one was I was working at FireEye when FireEye was still a good company. Nothing against them, but this was when we were really hot. We were like in the market, and everyone was talking about us. It was great.
Michael got another one. Congrats, Michael.
Yay!
Yeah.
Okay, we're missing out on the cold calls. Mike, where are you at, sir? Come on.
We'll get back to your story later, Ashley. We need to make fun of Mark.
We want to hear you.
Mark's muted. Michael, did you get another one just now?
Yeah.
Damn, you took the lead, my friend. I'm updating the leaderboard. Let's go. What was that one? Give us a debrief on it a little bit.
So basically, when I'm speaking to engineers, there's like a hit or miss of like how much information they put on their LinkedIn and then how involved they are on social media. The ones that are, you can really double click into it, give them their flowers, be like, hey, I saw that you have an extensive experience with clients globally regarding CFD. I don't need to be the person that preaches how useful CFD is, but most engineers that I speak with, if they had a magic wand, they would say that they would want to reduce simulation run times. Anyways, what our company was founded on is that principle. Luminary Cloud recoded all the CPU-based solvers to instead run for GPUs, meaning that those same simulations that could take hours, days, and weeks are being run in minutes and seconds. To quantify something like that, a normal 10 million cell mesh using a tool like Ansys or Siemens could take anywhere from 4 to 6 hours. We're doing the same thing in 30 seconds with no loss in accuracy. Would something like that be beneficial to your design cycle? They usually respond very well to that.
Yeah.
Nice. Well, you all seeing it here. He can land the engineers. That's very cool. I hopefully stay off mute so we can hear the next one, because I'd love to see how you open up and kind of what your approach is. What do you open with? What do you usually start with? Like if I picked up, what do you?
Permission-based.
Yeah, you're doing a permission-based opener? Yeah. Okay. All right.
Yeah, still a fan of those.
I guess I might have to kick you out of the studio, but I guess we'll roll with it this one time.
I'm not even a fan of cold calling, but you let me stay here, so.
I think the PBO has evolved. I think a lot of people are kind of. It's not as. There's not a lot of it's not being showcased as much. So I think it's gone to the back of people's repertoire. It's like, hey, this is Mark. How's it going today? Oh, great. You still with Joe Schmo? Perfect. You got a quick sec? Or you still with Joe Schmo? You got a quick sec? I mean, like, that's still a PBO.
Yeah, very
right.
much so.
I'm not saying some funny line, 27 seconds, this, that, and the other, trying to make them laugh. But it's still somewhat of a it's a courtesy. People say PBO.
We all
really
can't
what's
be
been
funny, Mark.
Before PBO even those initials even existed, we were doing it already everywhere. You just didn't call it that.
Right.
Oh, there's so many
like
things in sales and marketing that are just not new, but we gave them a new name. Like dark social. It's just digital word of mouth.
That's just Yelp in a new fancy word of like word of mouth.
We should call it DWAM. The DWAM, digital word of mouth.
Dark,
DWAM.
I hate that
product-led
so
growth.
much.
I hate it too.
Growth, right? PLG isn't a new thing, right? It's a new term that got coined, but it was car salespeople do it, companies do it for
houses
years.
Realtors do it.
Furniture
salespeople.
You can do that now. You can like live in a house for like 30 days, and if you don't like it,
you can get out.
You can leave. Yeah, isn't that crazy?
Oh yeah, I love how there's money back guarantees on mortgages nowadays.
I'm
waiting. Mary and I are like, I can't wait for Klarna for houses. Like,
I don't want to talk about house stuff.
Oh yeah, you just bought a house.
Oh, she just congrats to Marin. She did. She is literally in the move, y'all. She is my partner in crime. I thank her for helping me with all this, but she has been in the chaos of the last week. Moving, bought a brand new home. Yeah.
Well, it's also like your first time buying a house too, so it's a lot of news.
Wait, are we gonna get Mark?
Wait, there's another one.
Oh, Mark.
No.
Mark.
No.
No. Oh, well, F you, Mark. Okay, back to you, Mary.
I bought a house. I have my office somewhat set up. Nothing else. And
Priorities.
and then I had landscapers come yesterday because the grass was horrible.
How
and
adult are
they,
you?
no,
wait,
and then and they
Shut
had
up,
the
Tom.
lawnmower and it kicked a rock in my driveway and it shattered my freaking car window.
Oh my god! I'm never
Oh,
owning
yeah.
property.
Yeah.
Oh, I got you beat. I had
Fine.
sewage backing up into my house the third day we owned it.
I am never owning property.
The
Seriously.
good news, it was an easy fix. It was basically, Marin, almost exactly the same thing. They had come through and done landscaping, and they basically blocked this overflow valve, apparently, and it got down in the system. So, like, we called the construction company, and we're like, this is sewage. And they're like,
Was this
"We
back
know
when you were in
exactly what
Carolina?
it is. It's happened before."
Was this back in the Carolinas, right?
Yeah, this is in Carolina.
Okay, because you rent in the Netherlands, correct?
Oh, yeah, no, I'm not allowed to own homes here yet.
Oh yeah, because you have to be a
Hey,
Dutch
Vicky?
citizen to do that, right?
No,
Tom
I
Slocum
have
with the
to.
SD Lab. How have you been?
Ooh.
Awesome. Hey, this is a cold call, but the reason I was giving you a call is
Really?
I was scoping out your LinkedIn, and I understand you're the CEO and co-founder over there. And what I wanted to know was, do you have any plans to improve like your sales process with your sales team right now? Yeah. Do you have a current sales team running an outbound motion, like specifically reaching out cold to prospects? Okay, just looking to build one. Okay. How long you guys been in business thus far? Okay. Why now? Why are you launching outbound motion? What kind of led to that decision? Gotcha. Been there. Yeah. No, it's good. You're reputable. You've got a good motion launching a new product launch in the industry, right? And so it's best to go to the market versus waiting for the market to come to you, right? Inbound is great. And yes, you've had referrals, but now it's kind of drying up. And with the new product, right, be great to go out and drive business there. Well, listen, I don't want to take a lot of your time. I'm a consultant. I work at the SD Lab. I was reaching out because I'd love to see how I might be able to assist. Got about 16 years in the world. I've really found in the last year or so how challenging outbound can be. A lot of people don't have motions, they don't have processes, the team's kind of all over. You building out your first one, do you have a playbook for them, or have you taken everything and kind of, from your brain, the team's brain of what's worked thus far and put it into practice? So as you're onboarding these people, they have something to look at? No. Oh, come on, Vicky. No, I know. It's a lot, right, to put together. I've built many playbooks. I love them. There are fundamental things that you want to empower the team with. And you can understand the importance, right? Because it sounds like you're not empowering a sales leader yet. You're just going to get like 2 or 3 reps in there. Right. You're going to oversee it. Well, imagine this, right? You probably got a lot going on your plate already. Imagine every day they're blowing you up with questions, trying to find where stuff is, right? Needing you in real time. Do you find that could be a challenge? Right? Imagine that, right? They're going to need their handheld. They're going to need to know. They can't take your brain and just pick up where you're at and kind of go to motion. So again, like I said, I'm trying to be very brief with this. This is a cold call. What I was hoping for is maybe you'd be open to a meeting with me. I could be another set of hands, eyes, and a brain to kind of walk you through what me and my team do. And we could build you a playbook, get you functioning, get you some processes. We know handoffs. We'll go through your full sales process and document it, give you some cold call cold scripts that they can leverage, and we can hash all of that out and then get them empowered. How soon are you going to be? When's the first one planning to be in seat and hired? August 1st. Well, yeah, this is perfect then, Vicky. Yeah. If you're open to it, I know it's the holiday next week. Would you be open to later in the end of the week, like Thursday or Friday, grabbing some time, and I could show you a few examples, and we could talk through kind of what that looks like? Okay. No, yeah, totally. Okay. Yeah, no, what I'll do is I'll shoot you an email. I'll give you some more information, give you a little bit about my background, right? You're hearing from this stranger saying I know all the ways to fix this, right? But you need to know more. So I'll send you an email, and then what I'll do is I'll follow up with you, say like the 10th or 11th, once kind of the break is settled and you start figuring out your job postings, and then we can look at, how I can help. Does that sound fair? I'll put a note in my records to give you a call then, and then I'll send you that email. Okay, that works. All right, Vicky, I'll do that. The email will be titled Tom with the SD Lab, so I'll shoot that over to you, and then I'll give you a call then, and hopefully we can grab some time on the calendar. Awesome, you've been wonderful. I will talk to you soon. Have a great break, and thanks for kind of hashing it out with me, and best of luck with your hiring, and hopefully we'll get a playbook in there for you and some processes. Awesome. All right, Vicky, talk to you later. Well, that was fun. I have to unmute. Hey, I'm back. Hey, everybody.
Hey, Tom. Hey, I had one question for you because I actually have to leave. I have a customer discovery call here in 5 minutes. How many people have you called as you multitask and, entertain this whole Phonathon with Marin? Because I'm very bad at keeping my numbers up. I wish I could call 60 people in 90 minutes. I don't. I'm just wondering.
I've made 53 dials as we've been in here. So I've made about 50, 60 dials. I have it running through Phoneburner. So it's going on the back end, doing the dials for me. I'm just clicking as we're sitting here and chatting. But it is hard, right? I try to be live in the show as more as possible, but also, participating, driving some calls. But it can be very challenging. Me and Marin have a fun time kind of all over here, moving everything around. But yeah, I've got them up on my second screen, so I'm doing it from there, and then I'm muting over here and kind of navigating as I can.
Also,
Okay, so
Alejandro, you're manually dialing each prospect, yeah?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, see, that's
There's
go get a
rules for
trial of
that.
Phoneburner. Yeah, go check out Phoneburner, dude. Free trial, phoneburner.com. It'll help you because I have 497 contacts in my Phoneburner right now loaded, and I'm just clicking them through, and I don't have to do what you're doing. Manual dialing and doing this Phonathon is very hard because you're trying to be involved, but you got to pick up the phone, do the dial.
And even when I'm just cold calling, I'm sure I'd be twice as quick with a thing like Phoneburner. So I'm going to try that. Guys, I love meeting you.
Thank you.
How you call. And,
Alejandro, nice to meet you, brother.
Send some invite requests and let's stay in touch.
See ya.
Yeah.
Shout out,
Alejandro.
Surf. Thanks, Alejandro.
Likewise, I'm
Cool.
about to hop off too. I'm gonna go jump in for a surf and then go to a meeting. Thank you so much, Tom and Mary. I really appreciate you guys.
Thank
Aloha.
you, brother. Yeah,
Good vibes to
aloha,
all you
man.
guys.
Enjoy it. We'll be back in the end of Q3, so plan for September. End of September, we'll come back again for this. So I'll be in touch. But dude, seriously, thanks for coming. And me and Marin will come to Hawaii for it.
Dude, let's do a live Phonathon
yes,
at the beach
please.
Q3.
Let's do it.
Oh my
I'm
God,
planting the seed.
please.
Let's make that happen.
Ashley,
Well,
do
you
we
guys
have
crush
budget
it.
for that?
Let me check
give
in
me a
with my
few months. I'll see
CFO.
what I can do. Tom keeps booking meetings like that. I'll get a few playbooks and we'll see
We'll
if
be
that
ready.
makes sense.
We'll be going.
See
All
you
right,
guys.
Ricky. Have a good
All right,
one, man.
aloha.
Thank you.
So, Tom, I was actually curious, when you're loading up like 400 contacts, it takes a pretty long time to make sure your data quality is healthy. I'm sure you probably use a couple of tools to make sure you have the best data. How long does it take to have a clean list of 400?
I've been at this for 9 months now, right? Ashley's just coming in. She can attest to my CRM data, but I try to do my best, and I have a very reserved list that I only ever load when I'm doing my live cold calls that has everybody not in a meeting booked, not a bad opportunity. I have their LinkedIn enriched. I have that mobile number perfectly as clean as I can. So I have I think the full list is like 700, like 692 people where I know are fully ready to go. Title is right. Now, again, that can be, sometimes I get somebody on the phone and they're not there anymore. I try to use a lot of data sources. I'm not a big fan of just sticking to one. Ashley knows Seamless, Apollo, Lucia. Like I try to verify as much as I can because sometimes Lucia will have it, but then Seamless won't, or Seamless won't have it, but Apollo will. But I try to very, very specifically put in admin time at night. This is where SDRs don't do that. They try to do it on the fly. But I do try to, spend my time cleaning this stuff up and trying to be as accurate as possible.
I love that. As soon as you said Lucia, I'm a huge fan as well.
I love him.
Cool. It's the best. But yeah, I gotta jump, guys. This was a blast, and glad to get a little bit of success on the phone today. Yeah.
And you might win some stuff if no one beats you in meetings booked. So
let's go. Mike came in and showed up, man. Like, I'm impressed, brother. You were in the lead for the Headset Advisor headset as being the top booker of the day. So we'll be sure to let you know. Put in hashtag prizes in the chat again for those. But you are in the running for that, Mike. If not in the next 30 minutes, somebody swoops in. You were the front runner.
Awesome. Well, hey, hit me up next time. I'm always down to call with you.
Yeah, absolutely, brother. We'll be back in September. Thanks so much. Thanks for shopping in here and giving us some cool calls to listen to. We'll see you again.
Take care.
See ya. We are down into the final 30 minutes. We got Mark. He doesn't have to mute himself much anymore. But what we can do is...
I know, I've been cold calling this whole time.
No, you haven't, Evan. Stop it. I would love to see you cold call. Do you have a list? Can you call somebody right now?
I'm never cold calling. I'm not good at it, first of all, and I don't like doing it. Yeah. Ashley knows. Listen to that tone.
You don't want
don't say things like that, because I know for a fact that Evan has all of our phone numbers, so he's just gonna call us now.
He will.
Hold, please. No, I can't even do it. No, I can't even cold call my mother.
Real quick, while we wrap up here, as Mark's making some more dials, I'm going to showcase Phone Burner. They did a recent spam survey, a little thought leadership that they wanted me to share for them, which I thought was pretty interesting. So, Ash, Evan, you might have some thoughts to it as to what.
What about Marin's thoughts? Marin's got thoughts, feelings, comments, questions, and concerns.
Calm down. Oh man!
So what they found? Some research. Let's go.
Yeah,
Tom hates Marin. You've heard it here first.
Oh,
drag him, cancel him. Hashtag Tom Slocum cancel.
I love Adam Marin. Get out of here.
Can't even remember her name.
Sorry, you love who?
You love who?
He's gone.
I'm gonna boot my phone.
Tom, you're not allowed to die
during Pride Month.
Or he might have gotten a call. Anyway, okay.
No, I'm here.
Yeah.
I just left because
I want Ashley to read this to us. Okay.
Okay, go for it, Ash. Walk through this. This is a Phone Burner survey that they did around spam and thought leadership in there. So just look it over, see what your initial thoughts are on it. But it's a spam and scam
I don't get it.
survey.
I love spam.
What do you mean 78%? What? Okay, continue, sorry.
2 things.
Okay.
3 things I think are really important, are actually the bottom 3, because the top ones I feel like are really open to interpretation. Yeah. But this perception that SMBs have been hurt the most by things, I think that's really interesting, because it's the perception that SMBs are being slaughtered left and right. And in my experience, that's not necessarily the case. I do think answer rates have decreased because of people getting frustrated, but I think more than anything, it's because there have been reductions in force, there have been layoffs, but it takes a while for us to catch up to that information. And as a result, it shows a decrease in answer rates because of the way reporting is done in a lot of systems. But what I love is that last bottom right, that the 76% believe phone sales are still effective, because they are. It's harder, it's changing, it's evolving, but it still works. And the perception that it still works is really essential. And I think that's important to note, that leadership still believes phone sales is effective. Now, that you might not be set up for it to be effective because of tools or data quality or a million different other things, but there is absolutely a path to a lot of sales through phone sales. But I appreciate also it's phone sales, not cold calls.
Yep.
Because there is a difference.
And just to give some insight, right? This is a survey they did around spam and scam flagging, which is having an impact on the state of voice calls. So this was 81% of the businesses that they surveyed stated that they had lost significant revenue due to these flags. So it's talking about what shows up when you are making calls, and it's all around spam and scam filters that are impacting. So what it's saying is 53% of those have, it said, because of this, they've lost more than 10 positions. 78% have lost, they have had to, reduce their work staff because those calls aren't being effective, and they're not maintaining proper number health, just like email deliverability, right? It's now impacting robocalling and spam filters that are happening up on phones. That these where these findings are, is that they surveyed their 3,000 customers to help maintain it, kind of get some insights, and this is what their customers reported. And like you said, Ashley, the big takeaway though is still with all that uphill battle of that, 76% still agree I'm still finding success on my phone and I'm still doing really well there, and I still think it's my number one channel. But we are losing revenue. We are seeing that we have to change the game a little bit because of this scamming and spamming stuff that is happening.
Well, I think that's, and I say this to someone who luckily didn't actually succeed, but I had a pretty scary.
I was on mute.
Oh, did you get another one?
Did you book?
I guess I was on mute.
But did you book it though?
I booked it. Yeah, I booked it.
Yeah, let's go.
I kept looking over, going like, are they hearing this?
I could see
you
you
were on mute.
talking, and you always mute yourself. And if you mute yourself, we can't unmute you.
You just have to mute the tab, Mark. So just go.
I did. I muted the tab. That's why I couldn't hear you screaming at me saying unmute. I got you over here. No. I got my calls over here.
Yeah, you don't have to mute StreamYard though. The bottom where you hit mute, you don't have to do that one if you mute the tab. Then that way we still hear you, but you don't hear us.
Well, I saw you guys mute StreamYard. I saw you guys were doing stuff. I didn't want to interrupt.
Oh no, you're all right. Fine. This was just a survey that your phone burner did. They thought we would highlight it. I really like what phone burner's doing. Some companies right now, some parallel dialers and stuff, are kind of running into legality issues. And so phone burner is kind of staying ahead of that game because they are not a parallel dialer. They are not sending out 10 dials at a time. They're not driving that. They do it one by one. And so they're kind of wanting to preach a little bit about
slow and steady wins the race sometimes.
That's it, right? It's still manual. It's still auto for me.
Faster
but it's
does
one
not
by
mean
one.
better.
Exactly. And so this is what they're saying with these new spam and scam rules when it comes to the phone. You guys can see it is impacting the industry. It is something to be careful with. Make sure your number health is good. And you're also doing it legal, right? Because some are getting some slapped hands because they are violating stuff. It's pretty bad. So just be careful. So yeah, just take the snapshot, take a look at some key findings. Thought it was very interesting. Ashley, that's why they said SMB's kind of been hurt the most because they're calling mobile phones a lot more direct.
That makes a lot more sense because
owners,
Well, and SMBs are going to be affected the most because they are going to have the least amount of resources and the least amount of experience to understand and adjust accordingly. Unless you partner with someone who's telling you like, hey, here's how you can get around it. It's really hard to figure this stuff out on your own.
Very.
So
just like email deliverability. If your email deliverability is messed up, it's not as good as just fixing your domain health. Like shout out to Jesse Owlett and Lead Magic, because it is a tough thing to do if you are having your reps burn your email deliverability. Right, Mark?
Oh yeah. I don't send bulk email anymore.
Nope. The spray and pray days are way over. It's all about generating responses. You need it.
I'll tell you this, and I like cold call. Obviously, big. If you got 100 leads, you could parallel dial, and sure, that's my game. But with respect to email, and I've actually set 2 meetings in the last 2 weeks via email, which I rarely do, but. Really proud of that. But I think what happens is the software, right, that we're working with, like a SalesLoft or whatever, it's designed to do that. So everybody rushes to do that, like create a sequence and drop 60 in or 100 in. And what's funny is like my boss, he's like, he wanted us to customize the first email and then the rest could just really be automated as long as it works properly. And then when he says customization of the first one, it's more like, maybe some personal things, not a huge amount of research, but just enough to maybe catch their attention and have them open it. And so I've been doing that. And the struggle is that, it's not going to happen as quick as maybe parallel dialing or getting people on the phone. And you have to just concede to that and know that it's going to take maybe 1 or 2 or 3 emails or even 4 emails. Like the other day, I got a guy
north of
yeah.
that.
well, what I was going to round this out with was that what I find is that if you can, and this is something, of course, Justin, Michael used to report and everything, is about, it's a story. You can actually like string those emails together. You do a little bit in the first one, a little bit in the second one, a little bit in the third one, maybe a few days later, another, and then when they finally open it, right, they're going to probably read through the whole string. And if it really brings your story around, then you're either going to get a response, either positive or negative. Yeah, sure, you're going to get the no response, of course, like that's what we always do. But you probably have a better chance if you can tell that story in little pieces throughout the email. And I've seen some success with that. And I think it's about consistency. Like you can't just do it for a month and expect, oh, I tried email for a month and it sucks. It could take months.
I do a lot of emailing.
We're doing it right. I mean, tell them, Ash. Tell them. Like,
No,
I do.
I do a ton of emailing. I do a ton of warming up leads via email for phone and stuff like that. And the number one thing that we learned, this started, I think, about 2018, honestly, when everyone started adopting these cadences. Mark, you're spot on. Everyone starts using it. Everyone starts cadencing, and salespeople, we can't have anything nice. We break it immediately because we all rush to start doing it.
Right.
And not everyone does it well. So people do it badly and all sorts of other things. But honestly, if you're warming up cold leads from scratch, the two things that I've really seen hold up, and some of this is actually backed up by Winning by Design's research. But one is, I'd say the first 5 to 6 emails, don't ask for a meeting. Just, hey, based on your role, based on my research about you. So what I do is I do a lot of targeted emails, not personalized. Yeah. So I say based off of your industry and your role in that industry, boom, it's relevant, but it's not personal. So I can do those at scale without doing a lot of micro adjustments. But just like we were talking about with video earlier, I think about my activity as a pyramid. So the higher you are on the top of the pyramid in terms of how close you are to my ICP, the more personalized your outreach is going to get. That top 10%, that's the stuff that gets full custom videos, custom emails, custom everything. The middle 70% gets this targeted stuff, whether it's email, video, whatever. Mm-hmm. And that way I can still get the volume in there, but it's taken 8 to 15 touches to start getting people. But when people engage at that point, Mark, you hit the nail on the head there. It's a story. So it's, hey, I've now hit the point in the story that I really like. And you can almost hear them in the email go, ooh, in their response.
Yeah. I think another thing, I don't know if you guys caught the Unfuck Your Funnel episode with me. That's a new Rev Genius, Jared and Jared. Honestly, I didn't know what I was getting myself into when I went there, but I actually walked away with something, and I've been really digging in hard. I mean, Jared Full had spent the time to think about an answer to my problem, which honestly is a data problem, and it'll never be fixed until the data sources actually fix them, or you do something different. But he was talking about doing something different, and he was talking about giving, and like following up with people instead of following up to see if anything's changed. Why don't you just give him something? Like, maybe you give him some information about his industry he may or may not have known. And so I've been crafting a number of emails, just giving people information. Like, for example, in this particular company I'm selling right now, we're selling to print and copy shops, like A1 Printing, X Printing, whatever. And there's these other companies around the country that are going around and buying up all these little ones, right? And they're competing with all the other mom and pops and really crushing them. So I know one is really going into this Virginia area, and I saw this guy was in Manassas, but they're not in Manassas yet. And so I just sent him an email. Hey, John, not sure if you're aware, but Joe Schmo Company's buying up companies in your area. They haven't hit Manassas yet, but thought you might be interested, just to know. And that was it. That's all I wrote to him, and he was like, he actually wrote me back, just thanks. Thanks. But at least he answered, right? And I think it at least gives me now an opportunity to engage. It wasn't the typical thing that he probably sees where he would ignore and delete.
Exactly. It's a pattern interrupt, and it's a value add pattern interrupt. That makes you instantly a little bit cool. Like, one of the things when I'm talking to sellers and kind of trying to get them through this, like, I tell them, like, you got to think about it like you open up a bank account. You connect with someone, send them an email, or whatever. You open up a bank account. There's no money in it. You can't just go up to a bank teller and be like, "Hey, can I have $100?" They'll be like, "No."
I
Oh,
wish.
you gotta add value first. You gotta go make a few deposits, and then you can go and make a withdrawal because now.
And do you see why she is part of SD Lab, right? Do you guys all
So-
see now the partnership and the marriage? Because that is the idea, right? It's
So
the
you-
first 3 emails is just conversation. Go ahead, Mark.
No, you said something about personalization before, and sometimes personalization can be icky. I have a really funny story. The other day, I sent an email, a personalized. What I thought I personalized instead of more relevant, it was more personalized, just to get get her to open it.
Sure.
The woman's name was Liz Perillo. Now, all you guys are young, so you probably don't know this, but years ago there used to be an Italian tour guide place called Mario Perillo
Pirelli's Tours.
Tours. Right,
Yeah.
you guys know, right? And
I
so
know. I'm old enough to remember this.
I wrote as a subject line tours of Italy, and I was thinking, okay, well, what is she going to see? And I thought maybe she's an older lady, she's a CEO, she probably goes on a lot of trips, so maybe she would open that, right? Tours of Italy.
Yeah.
And then in the first line, I'm like, I'm a names guy, Liz. So when I saw yours, I immediately thought of Mario Perillo Tours. That's how old school I am and how marketing and branding can be so powerful. And then I changed gears. I'm like, noticed you had managed IT services, but didn't see you offered a voice service. Am I missing it? And she blocked me.
Wow.
Yeah, I got
That's
this email back said
sales,
your
right?
email has been blocked from our domain. I was like, oh shit.
That's
and I don't know if
what's
she
crazy,
did
right?
that. I don't know if she
Some
did
people
that.
don't have senses of humor though, and that's the sort of thing where like this is where it's this abundance mindset thing I always come back to. It's like, wow, if you're getting pissed off by that, we are not going to work together.
We're not good together.
This
Yep.
is not
Yep.
gonna.
Yeah, so
I
I
had
mean,
all that stuff back when I was a BDR and SDR, but I'm
I
also
just-
petty.
I just thought it was
Well,
funny,
yeah, Evan,
you know, when you think about really personalizing, getting almost too personal, and they don't care for it, and they block you.
Yeah, they're just like out. Yeah, no, I did that. I did a video to a pet store. A VP of marketing. I recorded video, going back to video prospecting, put my dog in it, sent it, got blocked like 10 minutes later. I was like, cool. All right, dude. He watched it and everything, and then immediately blocked me. And I was like, all right, bye. Like, I don't want to do business with you. It was crazy, but that's the beauty of sales, right? It is a numbers game as much as we don't like it to be, because it is, people buy from people they like. You know, some people can use memes in their sales process. Marin is incredible at it. I do it. Doesn't work as well, right? It's just a personality thing. It's just depends.
And it's the intersection with who you're going to.
Mm-hmm.
Like-
yeah.
Like, so I spent most of my career selling to identity, access management, and security. These are some of the driest people on the planet. But you throw a sci-fi joke in there and they love you forever. So it's knowing your audience more than anything else. And when you're cold outreaching,
I was just
it's
watching
doubly
Star Trek
important.
with AI.
We don't
You know,
teach
AI
sales
was on Star
reps.
Trek.
We don't teach sales reps enough about reading the room. We don't. There's
Right.
a lot
There's
of
so many
Preach,
interpersonal
babies,
skills. Yeah.
There are so many jobs that on paper
Just give them the
I would be
stage.
qualified for, but when you look at the ICP, no, do not hire me. That's
Preach.
it. Take me off.
We're just gonna leave it for you. You're
Yeah,
the
go.
full stage. Take it away.
No, it's all Evan.
No, all of it.
I didn't do
We have a
shit.
special guest coming in just a few minutes. I'm very excited, Marin. I'm very excited this person is coming. I've tried to get them at 2 phonathons, and they are going to come between flights.
Who is
they are
it?
in. We'll see. You'll see who it is. It's somebody just.
Marin,
really-
text me.
I don't know.
she doesn't
I don't
even
know who it
She doesn't know
is.
either. Nobody knows.
Tom,
Ricky.
It's
text
a
me.
friend of mine. No,
It's
I'm not telling
Pride
you a heads
Month.
up. No,
Oh, I
It's
think I know who
Pride
it is.
My best
Ricky.
guess is Leslie.
no, not Leslie.
Bennett?
It is a dude.
Not Bennett?
It is a dude. It's a man. So we'll see if
Okay.
they make it. They just asked me and said they'll come support the last 15 minutes here. So I'm going to jump them in and hopefully they'll pop in.
No,
on
but
their
here's
flights.
the thing. You're
Troy
giving a lot of
Barter.
hype. You're giving a
No,
lot of
Fred's
hype
been
here.
on.
Oh,
If
this
we are
person's a
just-
legend. Oh, no.
If
Give me
they
that.
pop up
They
and we're
popped
Who I
in.
suspect this is legit.
Oh,
Okay,
give me
'cause
the
then
idea,
if-
Ashley. Who do you
if
think
they're
it is?
up here, I'm
If
not
you're right,
gonna
I'll
name.
tell you.
I think you tacked Morgan.
I did. It's Morgan Ingram. He's coming.
Okay, no, I like Morgan. Okay,
See,
we can do
that's what I
that.
told you. You're going to be okay. Morgan has been traveling. He's up in Toronto.
That's what
and
cute.
so
He's like, I know he's traveling. I was
he's
like,
traveling.
oh, I
Yeah.
know.
He had a great dinner.
I was
with
like,
Saad,
if Tom
Anish,
brings
and
somebody up
everybody.
here underwhelming, I am going to embarrass somebody. I was like,
Nah, he is coming. He is hopefully going to pop in. I prepped the stage for him, so hopefully he will pop in. So we'll see. But in the meantime, while he's coming in, I am going to do a giveaway. So if
Ew.
you're still tuning in, if you haven't done it, put hashtag prizes. in the comments. Maren, why don't you go ahead and start us off with prize package number 1 while I pull up the giveaway.
Third giveaway bundle is going to be our lovely Melissa Gaglione's video prospecting course. We're going to have 1 business license for Aware. We're going to have 1 Pro Call Blitz license from Jack Knight and 1 6-month team plan for Trellis.
Okay, perfect. You all heard it here. So we are going to draw, drum roll. Mark's in it again. I love it. Mark's probably going to win again.
No. I didn't put anything in.
Oh, we can't do that.
Not you.
You can't do that.
No.
I can't win my own thing.
Trash.
Trash. All right, now it's going to be Tom, Omar, or Mark. Who is getting it? Tom! Tom from YouTube.
Tom.
Hey, 2 Toms. I'll take it. Tom, if you're still around, thank you so much. I know you were in earlier, tuning in from the SD Lab YouTube channel. So I will be in touch and we will get you those prizes, my friend. Whoop, whoop. All right, now it's down to either Omar or Tom. I know Omar is still here, or Mark again. So, Maren, what is the last and final package we got?
The 4th giveaway bundle is going to be 1 Luna license. Get luna.dev. It is a fantastic software that Tom is very familiar with, but it will level up your prospecting. They actually auto prospect for you and then suggest the email copy. And it's amazing. They also have an app, so you can be firing off your emails from your phone, which is pretty cool.
It's incredible. It's so cool. I showed it to Ashley.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool.
And then we have 1 Brand 30 license from Andrew. Also a great program. I've been through it myself. We have 1 Untethered course from Ryan Walker and Scott Leese. 1 30-minute coaching session with the man of the hour himself, Tom Slocum. 1 6-month team plan for Trellis and an Aware free business license.
Omar or Mark? I hope it's Omar. Mark won earlier. So let's get it to Omar.
Yeah,
Come on, Omar. Come on, Omar. You got this. Oh, damn it.
No, give it to him, man.
We're going to give it to Omar. Omar, you are our last one. We are going to throw you in, my friend, because Mark won the last one. So, Omar, if you are still here, congratulations to the coldest caller in the game. He is here. Awesome. We'll be in touch in the coming days with that intel and getting you guys all the things that you need. But without further ado, I have a friend in the backstage. It's already been revealed, thanks to Ashley Early. The man, the myth, the legend.
The myth.
Ingram.
Oh, he's a myth.
What's going on, y'all? What's happening?
What's
Can you hear me?
up, man?
Yeah, we can hear you.
What's happening, y'all? How y'all doing?
What's up,
Hey,
man?
Morgan.
Coming to us
Hello,
live from
airport.
what gate?
From what gate?
Yeah, you know, just
calling in
So
from
I'm
Gate
in
C.
Toronto. Gate C, Gate A18. We out here.
Plot twist:
chilling.
married to sneak attacks come up, surprises Morgan in the mind.
No, I have to give Morgan a quick shout out here because I have a mentee that I've been working with for almost 2 years now, and she happened to be at the same conference that Morgan's coming back from. And she saw that Morgan was there. She's like, Ashley, Morgan's here. How do I find him? And Morgan very kindly met up with her, and she sent me the cutest photo, just like geeking out so hard that she got to meet you. It made her year. So thank you for doing that.
No, thank you for reaching out. I'm glad that we were able to make it happen. And yeah, she's good people. So it was a good conversation. So
Tom, see what happens when people have a positive opinion of you? They look forward to meeting you in public.
Do you not know what that feels like? Is that what you're saying? Is you don't know how people actually are excited when you come to a room?
I actually gave out autographs at SaaStr. Okay, by request. You only signed PPOs because.
No.
I was
No, Evan, what you were signing was the restraining order.
That's it.
It's not that the one against Tom, right?
I was going to it's a summons. It's acknowledging the summons.
Evan is banned in 19 states, 6 territories.
Only 19? Wow.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, me and
Only
Oklahoma are on good terms now.
you've got some treaties signed. You're good.
Morgan,
Yeah.
if you had to drop your one thing about cold calling, if you had like this one must-have or must-tip that everybody needs to know,
Stop
what
doing
is
so
yours?
immediately.
Just go ahead and just cut the cord. Forget about it.
Don't
even pick
do
up the phone.
research. Don't do
Yeah.
research.
Don't do any
Abandon
research.
all hope. Get a new job, new career.
Just sign off LinkedIn. Just be done with it. It doesn't even matter.
Yeah. Don't get a different job. Just don't work at all. Starve.
Why quit?
Well, I got a question, Morgan, because you just said something about don't posting on LinkedIn. Like, what do you say to somebody who, maybe has spent the last couple of years really trying to build that presence on LinkedIn, was, just doing it all really for the right reasons, but then, feels like all of a sudden the way they changed it, it's like, and obviously I'm talking about myself, right? I still do it because
I was getting the vibe.
Too personal.
No,
Too
but
personal.
what I was going to say was, I've come to realize that, like, a year ago when I was getting like, say, 2,000 whatever impressions on my post, it's the same as getting like 400 now. Like it's I don't even look at that. I can't even look at it. It's depressing. So I just say what I want to say, and that's it. And I keep going. But there are a lot of people out there who are really like fucking stressed out about it and like killing themselves or stopping posting and not even posting.
I don't
anymore
think I
because
know a ton about the killing themselves situation with LinkedIn, and I
you know what I
hope
mean?
to never
Like,
hear
beating
about
themselves
that.
up, beating themselves up.
Yeah, this is
I'll say, I
Morgan's
got
offer
shot.
right
Leslie
now,
Bennett
so-
had a great post about this today.
She
did.
Exactly this.
Yeah, go check her out. She's done it for 1,000 days. But Morgan, the floor is yours. Talk about Amplify. Give a little rundown, and then address
I
this.
asked like 5 questions. I'll answer them. Let's just
Everybody,
get to it.
shut up so Morgan can actually talk.
I'm gonna go with Mark first. All right. So the thing is like, yes, every person has probably felt that to some degree. For the people that are doing well, it is what it is. We all know the game to this. I think what you have to start thinking about is like, why did you create content in the first place? And the reason most people are creating content is because it gives you more access to other people. And when you think about building a brand, that's what it is. It's like getting more access. So what I would do in your scenario is try to find a way. How can I like start building deeper connections with the people that have been liking my posts? What are people saying about me, in the DM? Can I get in more conversations? Can I get in more Zooms? I'm here in Toronto. I met with a lot of people in Toronto that I haven't met with yet, right? And we just built really deep relationships, and there's potential business things that we can do now, right? So it's really about creating the content. And if you don't really see that interaction, there's always strategies you can change. You can always try different things, but it's really about like, let's get in having more personal conversations. That's what I would do in this scenario, because that's the thing the algorithm can't ever distract you from. You can go DM people, you can go have meetings, you can go build real relationships. It's the point of creating the content in the first place.
Yeah. No, I appreciate that, man. Thanks. I think the first thing that I always hang my hat on is just staying consistent, and like,
of course.
Just really trying different things, trying new things, trying video. I'm an old dog doing new tricks these days, so I feel like just trying to, and it was like I was getting there. I felt good, everything, and then all of a sudden they changed that shit, and I was like, what the fuck?
We're all going through it, dude. It's tanked. I talk with Morgan all the time about it, right? And we've seen it. It's a way different platform, but I will give you kudos, Mark. I see you out there all the time, man. I see you shaking it up, trying, you'll make a video, you'll try the text, you're out there trying to make it happen. But if I can alleviate that pain, I'll tell you, all of us in that room are feeling the same thing. Like,
and as well, right? This goes to all platforms, but LinkedIn as well. You don't have to go insane with it, but it's something to think about. Comments, right? Comments are still there. So the more thoughtful your comment is on a post that's like big, for example, you're going to be seen, because most people, we all seen it, like, hey, great post, like that was a killer insight. Like nobody freaking cares. So right, so like actually write a thoughtful comment, and like you're going to beat out everybody else.
Tell them about your Twitter, Morgan.
Isn't
You've been doing that on Twitter?
I heard somebody said that the algorithm was looking for you to have like they're using AI to determine if you've got a really good comment or whatever.
They do, and that's why a lot of people, they called it like, the golden hour. They'll comment an hour before they post, but come on, y'all, we ain't got time to be commenting every single minute. Like, this is ridiculous. So like, but that's the game that people are playing, and the people that are successful, they live in content. That's all they do, right? Like they just create content all day, right? So they can sit there. But they just
don't compare yourself to a full-time content creator. That's
right.
kind of like
It's hard. That's what you're comparing it to. Like you're
Yep.
comparing
When I
somebody,
was
this is
at
what they do.
when I was at Rev Genius and Trainio and all of that, and that was my main job, right, Evan? When we were out there for our brands and like that's where that stuff came from, it was booming. But now that like we're in these different roles where content isn't king and we're doing execution and things, I've seen the dip, right? I don't get to live there as much evermore, and it's hard.
Most of the content I make nowadays doesn't come out of my name. It's coming out of clients and partners and stuff. But so it served a purpose for me for quite some time, but now it serves a different purpose. You know, my business and career is it's all word of mouth at this point, you know, and like just like I do a good job here, this person tells a ton more people. So candidly speaking, I don't care if my content's not getting as many views as it used to anymore. Because that's not how I make my money anymore.
If you're trying to do everything manually and not using these AI tools,
it's even worse.
It's
Ask Morgan about his AI life
no one
right
has
now.
time. No one has time for that.
Yeah, that's a different conversation.
Morgan is in the rabbit hole, y'all. Like he is deep in it, and it's been fantastic. AI is a game changer. Scheduling your post, I started seeing why some of my other business friends are scheduling posts, because at least you're consistent. They're not getting back to the comments, but they are at least getting those posts out there. Because I do everything manual, and I'm having a hard time because in the morning I get lost in calls. I can't get out there. Then now I'm like, you know what? As long as my posts are going out, that's what I'm going to have to do. And then I, jump in there.
I have to drop. Sorry, it's been fun, y'all. See you
No,
soon.
we are good.
Bye.
That is the end of the show. We are at time. We have done.
Wait, there was a show?
So I know. Beyonce was here. Did you not see? There was a Super Bowl.
I don't
show
think
in the middle of the
Beyonce
show.
would ever get in the same room as Dude Tom.
Wow.
I say that with love.
No, I know.
Remember, you can't talk back. It's still Pride Month for 48 more hours.
What a zinger there at the end. I won't say nothing. I'm out. I got 48 hours. I've been writing them all down. So
I'm gonna wake up.
First, I'm ready.
I'm gonna wake up to like a slew of like hateful, bigoted messages from Tom, and then it's gonna end with one line saying, "Meant none of it. Just had to get it off my chest."
Yeah, I mean, you're gonna wake up on July 1st to that.
That's Saturday. It's coming Saturday. I got them loaded. Pre-scheduled.
I'm gonna be at brunch with my boyfriend. I'm like, look at all these hateful, homophobic messages that Tom sent me.
I would never. Well, thank you all for coming. Seriously, Evan, you were incredible. I know you're not cold calling.
I know I'm
Thank you for
incredible.
tuning in.
Mark,
the Godfather.
I'm only here because cold callers are my customers. Okay, without you all, my marketing lands on deaf ears. So
That's it. That's where Morgan's at now. He's on the other side of that spectrum now too. He gave up on his salespeople.
Marketing doesn't make money. Sales makes marketing worth the money that they spent. That's really what it is.
For real.
The real conversation.
Well, thanks, Mark, for tuning in. Godfather of cold calling, brother. You're always fantastic. I appreciate you.
Godfather.
Thanks for winning some prizes.
I'm just
Morgan,
expecting like on a cold call, Mark just like.
Oh, he does.
Turn it around.
I don't. When I'm standing, like when I have the desk up, that I do kind of pace.
I always move. I
always think of the Rugrats in Paris movie, that one scene where they're pretending to be the Godfather.
yes.
No, Mary knows what I'm talking about.
Oh, I know it. Yeah, that was good.
What a throwback.
Oh, the Rugrats movie was legendary. Let's be real. That was a classic. That song was a bop. Like
Rugrats in Paris was better than the original Rugrats movie. I said what I said. Also, have you ever rewatched Shrek as an adult?
Everyone's faces.
Oh, Shrek as an adult is weird too.
I have not rewatched it as like an adult.
Oh,
now
rewatch
it.
There's
a
Shrek rave that's touring the country.
They're
right
doing
now.
a Shrek rave here in Chicago. They're doing a SpongeBob rave, and the actual event
It's actually
description.
Bikini Bottom rave because
Yes, it says it's a stupid event. Just show up and have fun. That's all their marketing. It just says it's a stupid event.
Be silly.
And you know
Show
what?
up and
They're
have fun.
selling out in every single.
And they're
This is
selling out.
Let's go, Morgan. We're gonna go hit the SpongeBob party.
I'm over here like
I'm
here's a
falling off.
19-page brief as to how this marketing campaign goes, and then you've got a multi-million-dollar event company going, "It's a stupid event. Show up anyway." That's it.
Man.
That's their whole campaign.
Well, everyone, I thank you all. Morgan, thanks for coming by, man. Enjoy your flight, getting back to the States. You're going to Portugal next, so y'all will see the great Morgan being in the Spanish lands over there. The
That's not
Portugal
Spanish.
lands.
It's Portuguese.
Is it not? Portuguese.
Are you looking for people, Morgan? Why are you traveling? other than some of the trade shows or whatever.
Tom,
that
read a
GTM
book.
show.
Tom, we gotta.
Oh, this was to meet certain people, and I had a couple of meetings here, so the conference kind of just played into it. So I went to see what was going on, but I had meetings. Portugal is for fun.
Oh, nice. Enjoy.
And Portugal, by the
Yeah,
way,
thank
Tom,
you.
historically speaking, they were enemies for centuries.
Portugal
Like-
the Man? All right. Isn't that a band? Portugal the Man?
Oh my God,
Yes.
no.
Oh, now we're going
Portugal is a
sideways.
completely separate
No idea.
nation and culture.
You can see 4
Tom.
hours is a long time. Everybody's losing their minds now. See Morgan, 4 hours deep live, we start going crazy.
I gotta
You're
know.
losing
Hey,
it.
it is way better than you and me at the end of an 8-hour-long
yeah.
stream, and
Very
we're sitting there, and I'm like, I can't sentence. Can you sentence? What's happening?
I was gonna ask why did you all go from 8 to 4, but I can see why.
4.
We're gonna go
because it
large.
was towards the end. It was just because the StreamYard only lets you do 4 hours, and so having 2 event pages was tough. The break, it is long. East Coast, that was like 6, 7 o'clock at night, so they were already done, and it just was a
I
really
was
long
done
day.
before you started.
Right. And then it's summer right now. People are on vacations. It's end of quarter. So we came in,
Yeah,
hit hard for
Morgan's
4
going
hours.
to
and we're out.
Portugal, which is not the Spanish lands.
Oh my
Yeah.
God.
It's just not. That's just not it, Tom. But it's okay.
Tom,
Yeah, you know.
Tom,
I
we're
didn't
gonna
mean to
have-
do that, y'all. I'm
we're-
fried. It's been 4
I'm going
hours.
to teach you
Geography?
the basics of geography.
The
okay?
basics of history and geography.
Teach me the
God, I would
geography.
love to see the
Just one of the
geography
most
course by Evan
historically-
Patterson.
Just one of the most
coming to you.
historically significant nations in human history.
You know, not a big deal or nothing. All the Portugal people will come at me. They're going to be really mad at me.
I would love for you to say what you
Um,
said to people from Brazil, a former colony of Portugal,
Oh,
where
yeah.
there's
That's a
more
good post you
people
can schedule.
speaking Portuguese in Brazil than people exist in Portugal. Oh my God. Jesus.
all
That is
right,
so
y'all. Well, I appreciate everybody for coming out today. Thanks for the fun. We had the prizes. We'll be in touch. Thank you to our sponsors, Aware, Phone Burner, Call Blitz, and Surf. We thank you all for coming. Morgan, thanks for tuning in, man. Thanks for stopping by.
Thank you
I'll
to
be
all
here.
of the companies that donated
The
giveaway
giveaways.
prizes.
Yeah. Melissa coming on. Thank you, Melissa. I know, hey, she had to close a deal. We were talking video prospecting earlier, and she had to close a deal mid the convo. She was
That's
like, I
why
gotta
Rochelle
go.
dropped too. She had to go actually work.
I love it.
Michael booked
Actually
one as
work.
soon as he got off the meeting. He got a call back, booked the call, so he got 3. So Michael is our winner. On most for the day, he pulled a hat trick. He just didn't get it on the live, but he got one right after. But thanks to everybody. Y'all made this show incredible. We'll be back at the end of September for Q3. That'll be probably an 8-hour one. We'll see where we go with it. But thanks for everybody coming. I know, right? 4 hours kind of seems cool. I'm digging the 4. We might just stick with 4.
I was gonna say, 'cause I saw you at the end of your 8, and Tom.
God, I'm sorry.
Yeah, you were. The show was fine,
Why?
but you were not.
No.
you were on the
No.
struggle bus.
8 straight is tough. Doing that twice is big.
That's
This was
insane.
easy. Oh, dude, it was insane, man. It was so long to have to be the center of the show, like do everything, move everything. Me and Marin were fried.
After that first
4
one, I
hours
think
is
we
nice.
spent an additional hour on the phone after that, and both of it was the worst
Yeah.
conversation that either of us have ever had.
Ever had.
We're like,
We don't-
what?
don't
What?
say
What?
I knew
Who?
Tom was
And the-
insufferable, but I didn't know it was that bad.
Oh yeah, it was.
Maybe I'll reconsider the game plan. Jesus.
Yeah, worst call ever.
Do I?
I don't
need
know.
to
I don't
tell-
know how. I don't know how like Twitch streamers. They're like, oh yeah, I'm gonna be playing video games on a live stream. For the
Different.
next 40
It's different.
hours.
I
straight.
used to work in
Just
online
they're
radio.
just built different.
Yeah.
I worked in
They like
online
to see the
radio, and
material.
I would be live for 10 hours most
Oh,
days.
see, no.
And I, it was online radio, so I had like 2 to 3 hours total in the 10-hour that I was working, doing like live talk shows type hosting. But then the rest of it was kind of like radio DJing between song periods, basically.
I could do it without the video. If we were just jamming
It was
like
about
podcast
video,
style,
too.
Yeah, I could do that all day. This
This
is the
was
hard
back when
part.
there
This
was
is
no
hard.
podcasts weren't a thing yet. It was online
Yeah.
radio.
Right.
Was the
This
game
is
part
hard
back
because you
then.
have to be like I didn't go to the bathroom for like you can't walk away, you can't do stuff. You're live. It's a lot different. It's crazy.
So wait, for 8 hours you didn't go to the
Yeah.
bathroom?
Did you have a
not.
urinary
We took a
tract
break. We took a
infection?
1 hour break.
It doesn't
We
sound
had an
healthy.
hour break.
I was like, or
We had-
just
it
do
was
what me and
bad.
Ashley do. I just tell Ashley, hey, vamp, I gotta pee. And then she vamps. And then I go pee. It's
Me and
that
Ryan
simple.
tried. We tried.
We're
All right, we're gonna get cut
insane.
off in 10 seconds. So I appreciate you all. Thank you again for tuning in. Close out.
Apparently
Q2.
not the
Thank
Portuguese,
you.
but you know.
I'm out. We're closing out the show. I will see you all.
Bye,
I'm ending the
everyone.
broadcast. See you.
Cheers, y'all.